you the director of the 5W Midwest Showdown? Can I ask you a few questions? What is going to be the thing that people remember most about this meet?
The one thing that I want people to remember about this meet is that it felt like it was the Midwest premier powerlifting meet, something that we can host once a year to showcase the depth of talent in this region. From high-level production to head-to-head matchups and an elevated experience for the athletes and spectators where every single little detail makes the athlete feel more valued and the spectators feel more engaged. Most importantly, want to give back. Give out real cash prizes for top universities and outstanding lifters by reinvesting into the people and the community that help us build this sport.
Why does this meet mean so much to you?
This meet means a lot to me because I'm one of those lifters who never qualified for nationals, let alone get invited to compete at a bigger stage hosted by major powerlifting brands. I know how it feels to train just as hard, care just as much, and still never get the opportunity. I want to use this meet as an opportunity to create that platform where lifters can showcase their talent and be able to put themselves on the radar for future opportunities such as sponsorship and accessing a bigger stage.
What do you think this meet is going to say to the rest of the powerlifting world?
I hope that with this meet, we can show people that even if you're not the biggest name in the sport, you can still create something that is meaningful and impactful. Our goal since day one has always been to create the best meet possible within our means for the athletes, spectators, and people watching from home. We are committed to learning, improving, and raising the standard of what the powerlifting meet should look like. Whether you're competing, handling, spectating, or thinking about stepping on a platform next year, we're excited to welcome you into what we're building.
On 110. All right, everybody, welcome back to the 5W Midwest Classic. We are back this morning. We had a very good day yesterday on the collegiate session, and we have all of our open session lifters today. My name is Katie DeGuider, and I am here with Kevin.
Yeah, and honestly, yeah, like you brought up a really good point there. We had an amazing session day one. Let's kind of recap a little bit more about day one, which was the collegiate day, which showcased not only some of the strongest athletes in the Midwest, but also we got to feature a lot of team competition and be able to see colleges going at it at each other at the Midwest level, kind of giving us a preview of what we're expected to see at collegiate nationals later this year. So we had some amazing competitors from all weight classes. Let's just kind of walk down some of our winners and key performances from each weight class.
Yeah, so looking at each weight class, we had the 47 women's raw collegiate with Jordan Ball from Maverick Powerlifting. In the women's 52, we had Aliki Amir from Badger Powerlifting. Women's raw 63, we had Ellie Weinstein from Badger Powerlifting. And Ellie was actually the best collegiate female as well. In the women's raw collegiate 69, we had Layla from U Chicago Barbell. And in the women's 76, we had Rebecca Euchre from Maverick Powerlifting. She was our second overall female collegiate lifter. It was a very close kind of battle there between Becca and Ellie. It was very interesting to be able to watch. In the women's 84, we had Jess from University of Cincinnati Powerlifting. And in the 84 plus division, we had Emily from Powerlifting at UIC.
Yeah, and Actually see a lot of head-to-head battles and be able to kind of just see the competitiveness that these collegiate athletes bring to the platform. Over on the men's side, we had a really good performance on the men's raw collegiate side in the 59 kilo class with Kai from UC Powerlifting. Over in the 66, we had Ivan from Powerlifting at UIC. In the men's 74 collegiate raw, we actually had Braden, who made a debut in the 74 kilo weight class after dropping down from the 83 class and actually making he won best lifter, right?
He
Yeah,
did,
in
yes.
the men's division. So that was really great to see a debut and a best overall performance. In the men's 83, we had Keegan Jones from powerlifting at UIC, who made a huge comeback after having not a great performance at the 5W meet earlier in August, but being able to kind of bounce back and have a really good performance, taking home the 83 class. Over in the 93 kilo division, we actually had Alexander Thielin, who had dropped down from the 105s and came down to 93 and actually took that division with a 755 kilo total. Over in the 105, we had Blake, who won the men's raw collegiate from Marquette University. And then we had in the 120 plus, we had Conrad from U Chicago Barbell being able to kind of round out that podium position. So honestly, a very good, impressive performances. What was some of the highlights from you personally? I know you got to commentate that session.
Yeah, I thought it was especially interesting watching the collegiate team placing change, after almost every single poll. Like you said, this is a very similar meet to collegiate nationals, which I've commentated for as well. And this was a lot more interactive, Everyone kind of knew the team placings as they were happening in the moment. We got to see, the different schools had their different best lifters and different fights. And so once everyone got a total, they were really down like to the wire. Maverick Powerlifting took home the best collegiate team, but University of Cincinnati was very close behind. And University of Cincinnati was, kind of holding that first and second place that entire way through, while Maverick was, in that like third and fourth, and they shot way up once they had all of their heavyweight lifters in the last flight get a total. So that was definitely my favorite part, very interactive as far as the team placings go.
Yeah, I got a chance to commentate the earlier session in the morning, and I think what was interesting was that we saw some of the lighter weight classes kind of competing earlier in the day, so we got to kind of see a preview of what the standings and the podium was going to look like, but that completely shifted once we actually got the afternoon session underway. Some of these placings did hold off because we did have some really good performances in the morning, but we did see kind of how everything switched up as soon as the afternoon lifters kind of took the stage.
Yeah, and even more so than that, it was also really interesting watching everyone battle for that best overall collegiate lifter. You don't get as good of an insight into that when you have, a massive multi-day collegiate meet like this, but we got to see, everyone's GL points were just decimal points, even tenths of a decimal point away from each other in both the women's and the men division, and then watching, Braden pull from third place overall lifter up to that overall best collegiate lifter spot when he wasn't nominated for that. Saw an amazing performance from Ellie and Becca on the women's side, so just a really cool day.
Yeah, and it kind of gives us a preview of what we're expected to see this session today. I mean, that going to show that like nothing's expected, right? We have previews and we have forecasted ratings, but I mean none of that's guaranteed, right? Like we have both been in powerlifting for many years, and we see time and time again where people are nominated first, but after having missed an attempt or having unexpected increases in training totals from some other athletes, they might kind of sweep in and take those titles. So I mean, this is a very competitive meet. We saw the depth in some of these classes. I mean, just in the 83 kilo men's class, we had 15 lifters. In the 93, we had 18 lifters. In the 74, we had 10 lifters. So that for a local meet, that depth is you really don't see it. So we're really excited for today's session. So let's move over to what we're expected to see today. So this is our open session, our age division. So we're gonna see our men's raw open, masters, juniors, sub juniors. So we're gonna get a little bit of everything today.
Yes, I'm definitely very looking forward to this open session. Like we said, seeing some of the people that are coming in nominated in that top position, watching in our first session, trying to watch these lifters put up as best of a total as they can to kind of defend the primetime session lifters later on. And I've seen some lifters before. They weren't in a primetime session at nationals, but they were actually to hold on to a podium spot just because they had so far increased their total from what they qualified with. So really hoping to see some of that today.
Yeah, I think because the primetime group this afternoon is going to be a little bit smaller in size compared to what we saw yesterday. I think, yeah, you're absolutely right. Some of the lifters that are competing this morning are going to be in those top 3, top 5 positions, and just praying for them to hold that position as these primetime lifters take the stage. So that's something I'm really excited for. So the format for this morning session will be, there will be 3 flights. This morning session will be all of our men's across different age divisions. So we have open, masters, juniors, and sub-juniors. So we're going to get to see a little bit of everything today. And yeah, I mean, as we start seeing the forecasted placings and just seeing the numbers that our lifters are putting in as far as their openers, we're getting a pretty good picture on what these lifters are going to be lifting, and just kind of an expectation for what we have today.
Yeah. And other than just the pure competition that is here, this is just an amazing meet going on here. This is definitely one of the largest local Powerlifting America meets. To have 2 full sessions with 3 full flights for 2 days. There's a whole lot going on here in Powerlifting America in Illinois right now.
I mean, this gives me like a very big, like almost Arnold feel, like those meets that you feel that are not quite nationals, right? Because the production and the multi-platform stage is just different, but you do have the showcasing of talent at these meets. I mean, you've competed in some of those stages before. Just talk to us a little bit about how that feeling is, you competing on a meet like the Arnold, and kind of the environment that you feel here.
Yeah, so, and this really is similar to that, especially, in the production level. Like, a meet like that, you have a huge crowd there, you have a very big stage, well put together lights, everyone is there watching you. They know what's going on with powerlifting. That's really the energy that you feel here. The platform is so beautiful. I'm so excited for you guys to see it. Waylon did such a good job setting it up. And this really does emulate that same feeling that you can get.
Yeah, I think one of the great things about these meets is not only the athletes that are competing here. I mean, the sheer amount of them, but I think the community aspect. I think 5W's done a really good job in marketing this meet and being able to promote so much this meet over the course of these past almost half a year since they last hosted their meet in August. So we have a really big crowd here. We heard during the prime time and the earlier session. I mean, just the crowd, the engagement from everybody, and
All right, so now that we have done the national anthem here, we're going to go ahead and get that platform ready for our first lifter.
yeah, so as our spotters and loaders are getting a platform ready for our Flight A lifters to take the stage, I'll just finish up in saying that I mean the environment and the ambiance here at the 5W Midwest Open Showdown. I mean it's next level. I mean the production value that we're receiving here from a local meet is something that these lifters get to rarely experience unless they're competing at a national or a premier stage. So being able to experience this almost in their backyard here in Aurora, Illinois, a lot of people here coming from the Chicagoland area is very, very incredible.
This is something that not only is it attracting people in Chicago and people in the Midwest, even though this was a Midwest Collegiate Showdown meet, we had people from, we had Northeastern representation yesterday, which I thought was real interesting. When you put together such a high level production, you're going to attract people from all over.
Yeah, I think collectively a lot of groups and teams, coaching teams, I think they all decided that because this meet was going to be such a big showcasing of talent, I think a lot of people did actually kind of group together and say, hey, let's all compete at this meet. And I think we saw that with not only college teams, but also just kind of friend groups deciding to compete here today. So it was really nice to see yesterday, and I'm pretty sure we're going to be able to see that today.
So today we are going to be starting out with squats. If you're unfamiliar with, how the day kind of runs in these powerlifting meets, we're going to have 3 flights of lifters. So we're going to watch our first group of lifters. They're going to run through their first attempt of squats, their second attempt, and then their third attempt before we move on to that second group of about 15 lifters or so. And then they're going to run through all 3 attempts. And then we're going to have one more group of lifters going through all 3 of their squat attempts before we move on to bench. And that's kind of how that day is going to run for us today.
Yeah, and if you want to follow along with the action and see exactly what we're seeing here on our screens with the attempts, the order, be sure to go to liftingcast.com/meets and then scroll to Powerlifting America 5W Midwest Open Showdown. Make sure to click on day 2, and then there you'll be able to see the results, the active scoring, and just take a look at the order as you watch along in the live stream.
And as we were talking as well about, just how much went into putting this meet together and making it possible, we want to throw a couple shout outs to, some of our sponsors and the people that really did make this possible. Waylon, the owner of 5W, obviously put together such an amazing meet here. Some of the other big sponsors, Worker. We can see all of our spotters and loaders working the brand new 5W and Worker collab that was specific to this meet. A couple other people we've got 110, A7.
We got Element, Unbroken Rehab. I mean, again, A7, JT Birdie Golf. We have other community partners from Juji Mufu, Grow with Yuka, and then Calibrated Production, which is our media team. And I just want to take an extra special shout out to our media team in the back, right? They're working endlessly, putting this live stream together that you guys get to enjoy, being able to capture all the marketing material and just seeing all the amazing photos and videos that you guys will later see on Instagram.
Yeah, and outside of our sponsors and the people helping set this up, obviously a big shout out to our spotters and loaders crew. They are seriously out there making sure that everyone is safe. We had a couple scary squat attempts yesterday, they are seriously helping our lifters, making sure that they are as safe as possible. If something were to ever go wrong, they are catching those bars. Our referees who are, up early, making sure that everyone gets checked in, weighed in, everything like that. Community really comes together to put on a production like this for you guys today.
Yeah, that's one of the highlights of hosting a powerlifting meet and just being able to kind of see the back end of everything that goes into a competition like this, of this size and caliber, the amount of help, the amount of resources needed in order to put something together like this. I mean, it goes to be said that it takes a village in order to host something like this. I mean, from like Katie said, we have all of our staff in the back end, but also the ones that we see there on the platform, right? The ones helping out. So there really is a lot of people behind this event. So we're really thankful to have such an amazing team that put this all together and be able to put this show for you guys.
And we can see Isaiah, our commentator from yesterday. He is on the microphone right now, getting the crowd excited for our first lifter of the day to open us out, Andreas Garcia. Spotters and loaders currently have 120 kilos loaded on that bar for him, just making sure that everything is set and ready before he will come out and start us out strong for the day. My bar is loaded for Andres. Start us out strong. Give us some nice 3 white lights for that first squat.
And while we wait for Andres to come out, if you guys take a look at the timer up in the screen, if you can see it on the live stream, or if you're on LiftingCast, lifters have 60 seconds to step on up to the platform once their bar is called loaded and receive that squat command from the referee. So We see our referee, Andrew, who's in the chief position, giving some final instruction as Andrew gets ready for his first attempt.
Yeah, and as you were saying, they have 60 seconds to get the start command. So he has to have that bar unracked, knees locked. Referees say he's in a good position. It looks like he's a barely buzzer beater there, getting that squat command.
That's probably as close as of a squat command as you could receive it. It looks like the timer was just about to run out, and then he received that command from the judge.
Yeah, and that is something that is always a little bit risky because even though there are 2 squat commands for the day, squat and rack, I like to say there's a secret command called replace,
Yeah.
which you don't want to get. Because if you do walk out there and, he walked out and he had his wrist strap pulled over his stomach, if he had any of his equipment off, if his knees weren't locked out, if his grip wasn't right, and he isn't able to correct it, that referee will call replace, and he will put that bar back into the rack. The referee will tell him what he needs to fix, and then he would ideally still have the rest of that minute to unrack the bar again and get that start command.
So I believe they're just working on the order here. I believe there's a few lifters who might be opening up a little bit lighter than the weight Andres hit, so I think they're getting ready to set those up. I believe the weight that's loaded on the bar is different from what's currently called up.
It looks like there could have just been a little bit of a lifting test error here. So once they get that sorted out, it looks like Julian Espinoza should be our next squatter with only 25 kilos. And, if we look forward at what his bench and deadlift attempts are, why do you think he would have loaded 25 kilos for that first squat attempt?
Yeah, so 25 kilos is typically like the minimum amount of weight that you can take. You can take 20 kilos, which is just the empty bar. 25 kilos would be the bar and the collars. And a lot of people refer to that as like a token weight, something that gets you on the board and doesn't disqualify you from the meet because you're still getting a valid attempt in. But that is typically done from lifters who want to just maybe secure a qualifying total for nationals, which currently right now for Powerlifting America is set at 75 kilos. Or they might just, for instance, if a lifter injured something that doesn't allow them to squat or bench, but they still can deadlift, that might be the case as we see here for both Julian and Greg. So we are now moving on to Anthony, who has 132.5 loaded on the bar as his first attempt. A little bit of a pause there at the bottom of the squat, but still good work there. 3 white lights.
Yeah, like I mentioned before, there are still 2 commands that these lifters are waiting for, squat and rack. And even though in the bench press, you are waiting for that press command in the bottom, I've seen a couple lifters sometimes get a little bit confused and think that there is a pause, an up command in the bottom. I don't think that's what happened with Anthony, but it is something I have seen before as a referee myself, and Kevin, you are as well.
I think one of the things that you get to notice, especially when you see powerlifting from a referee, commentator, just from a non-competitor or coach perspective, because you're seeing so many attempts back to back to back, I think you get to see the disparity in different techniques, styles of lifting, and overall just just lifting techniques that we get to see. So I think everyone has their differences, and it's nice to see just how everyone adapts and is able to perform a squat.
Yeah, and that's something that, across all 3 lifts, this is one of the most interesting parts to me, is seeing how within the same set of rules, every single person has different leverages, different technique, and how they can optimize that to themselves.
I mean, even for both of us, we've both have gone through phases of changing up our squat techniques, of changing up our lifting techniques, and refining it to what's most efficient for us. Because, I mean, as athletes too, and as coaches, you also want to find what is most optimal for an athlete, right? Based off of their limb length, proportions, and what they feel most comfortable with.
Exactly, yes. We have Diego opening up at 140 kilos. He is in that 66 kilo weight class. weighing in a little bit light for that. So he weighed in at only 59.9 kilos. So even though he is in that 66 class, you can weigh anywhere from 59 to 66 and still be considered in that class. So it looks like he was on that very light end there. But he smokes that squat opener of 140, and we move on up to Juan for 147.5. And we have a very wide range of lifters here today. Like you were saying, we're seeing lifters all the way from sub-junior up to, I believe, Masters 4 division is the oldest lifters that we're seeing here today, which is always just really, you know, it shows how powerlifting can really be for everyone. It doesn't matter what stage of life you're in. Oh. So unfortunately, that is going to be a no lift. Lifters have to keep the same footing until they receive that rack command. And so even if he was able to stand up that weight after stepping forward, that would be a no lift. Lifters need to keep that same footprint until they receive that rack command. But it looked like that, you know, could have just been a slight, you know, balance issue. Looked like he decided to still go up 5 kilos after taking that. So it seems like he knows kind of what went wrong and what he needs to fix.
Very good attempt there by Brooke. And yeah, just to circle back with Juan in his attempt, it definitely wasn't a strength issue. As we can see, he did go up 5 kilos. And I think that is a smart call because it almost looked like the weight moved so fast that he just kind of lost balance and tipped forward. So maybe just a little bit more weight might help.
And we just watched Brooke smoke her 150 kilo opener. She's actually our only woman in this session today. And she is holding her footing with these men as well, you know.
Kind of going towards the bottom of the flight,
Exactly,
competing with
yeah.
only men. That's really impressive.
And, you know, it looks like across just about all three lifts, especially squat and bench, she is a very
She's got
strong
a really
lifter.
good bench, yeah.
And a lot of people would think, you know, if you're the only woman in the flight, you might be opening, but that is not the case for Brooke.
And we are now moving down to our last opener of this flight. Gabriel's taking us up to 165 kilos.
And then just to recap on Simon's squat, it looks like he did get that lift. 2-to-1 no lift due to a depth call. So, Kevin, what are those refs looking for when someone misses a lift for depth?
Yeah, let's see Gabriel's squat, and then we'll go and discuss a little bit more on depth. Squat look good. Yeah, he gets those 3 white lights. And in the case for Simon, he unfortunately was not granted that lift because referees did not believe that he squatted low enough. And what that means via the Powerlifting America rulebook is that your hip crease did not break below the top surface of the knee. So that is the standard that we use to judge depth. And mainly we have 2 referees, both on the left and to the right side of the athlete, that are looking at the athlete's hip crease and judging to see whether or not that hip crease actually breaks below the top surface of the knee. And for squat, typically that tends to be the most common infraction.
It looks like Simon's squat was actually turned back over to a good lift. And then I also want to point out, we had 2 of our lifters that opted to take 25 kilos for their opener. You do not have to take all 3 attempts of squat. You can actually scratch your next attempts and choose to not put one in. So our flight for the rest of squat is going to get a little bit shorter by 2 lifters. So going to be moving a little bit faster since they chose to only take that token opening attempt.
Yeah, I think that's one of the sort of disadvantages of not disadvantages, but I guess a difference in your own training environment at your gym and actually competing. Oftentimes, the rest times and time in which you take in the gym, that's very planned, right? You can decide how much time you take between sets, but in competition, you can't predict how many people are going to show up, how many people are going to drop out or scratch their attempts. So for these lifters that might have anticipated a longer of a flight, they're now looking at a flight of about 8 lifters.
All right, yeah, it looks like those plates just got pushed out a little bit when he unracked that weight. So got that timer reset for him and got those weights pushed back in. And that was a good lift. All you need are 2 white lights for a lift to be good. So even though he got 1 red, I believe that was for depth, still a good lift. All he needs is 2 of those referees to say good lift.
Yeah, and in powerlifting, it's majority rules. So we have 3 referees. So if 2 believe that the lift was good and 1 gave a red light, that is still going to be a good lift. As is for 2 referees issuing a red light, that'll be a no lift.
And Diego is now taking 150 kilos for that second attempt. He is rocking one of our sponsors, A7 singlet and belt logo right there.
So Diego's actually had some pretty significant increases, not just in his weight lifting, but his body weight as well. He last competed weighing 55.3, so he's had an increase of about 4.5 kilos, which is pretty remarkable just to kind of gain that weight over the course of your meet and just kind of get stronger.
And now we have Juan. If you remember, he had a little bit of a stumble on that opening attempt. It looked like it was, moving strong. He was still getting the weight up, but he just fell forward a little bit and lost his footing.
Yeah, he looks a lot more focused now.
He does. He decided to still go up those 5 kilos, so he just needs to, like you said, get a little bit more focused, get in that right headspace, and squat exactly like he's been doing in training. Gets that rack command this time and walks it back into the rack. He did get 1 red with a blue card, which would have been for a soft lockout in the knees. One of the other rules in powerlifting is that your knees need to be fully locked out both when you start and when you finish the lift. But nevertheless, that was a good lift, and Juan now has a squat towards his total that he needed. And Brooke is now squatting 160 kilos for her second attempt. And she makes it look easy. She doesn't need belt, knee sleeves, or wrist wrap. She just has that pure strength right there, dogging out 160 kilos.
Yeah, that's one thing I really admire about lifters that go onto the platform and just kind of brute strength that weight up. I mean, she's got the high bar squat, like pretty much everything, right? She's got the high bar squat, no belt, no knee sleeves, just strength. So you know that she's very serious about lifting that weight.
And now it looks like Simon had a little bit of an issue with depth on his first squat, but he is coming back out to 167.5 kilos.
But he gets 3 white lights, and the depth seems to be like no issue anymore. I think sometimes you just need a little bit more weight to kind of push you down.
That could be true for some. Gabriel is closing out our flight now with 175 kilos for that second attempt.
Very smooth attempt there by Gabriel.
And he gives us no question about depth on that squat. 3 white lights from all 3 referees.
And we're already moving on to our third attempt squats. Like we saw, we had 2 lifters who only took an opener, so this flight is moving incredibly fast. So now we're back up to the top of the order with Andres taking 135 as his third and final squat.
And sometimes on flights like this, especially if the flight is already small, sometimes lifters will choose to time out an attempt to give lifters that full minute towards that time. You know, I've been in a flight before that was already just about at that minimum of 7 lifters or so, and if someone were to, you know, scratch their attempt, that would give me about 3 to 4 minutes to rest in between attempts. So sometimes you see lifters scratch an attempt, sometimes you see lifters time it out where they let the clock run. And Andres dogs out that third attempt of 135 kilos and gets 3 white lights, starting us out strong for our third attempt.
Yeah, and I just want to highlight a little bit for Andres. I've seen him compete multiple times already, and I mean, historically, he has had depth issues in the past, and he has made significant improvements, not only just in just going 3 for 3, but also in just being able to kind of break close to that 300-pound mark. So it's really nice to see the improvements he's made over the course of his competitive career.
Anthony is looking to hold up this little streak we've already got going of good squat attempts. 152.5 on the bar for him.
That looks very easy, almost like a second attempt, second attempt.
He does make that look easy and gets 1 red card for depth, but 2 white lights is a good lift for him.
Yeah, 2 is all you need.
And we are having some pretty good squat luck so far in this flight. We've only had 1 miss so far with Juan, who had his misfooting. But other than that, we are on a good flight, which you really see that, you know, when you get to some of these like higher level meets and you're getting people with a little bit more meet experience under their belt. And it's so much better to see as a spectator, you know, you want to watch people get their attempts.
Yeah.
160 kilos for Matthew's third attempt. Once again, a good choice for a third attempt on his part.
He gets 1 red light for depth, but nonetheless a good lift. And we got 160 for these next 2 attempts as well with Juan, who went from missing 147.5 to attempting 160 kilos. So if he gets this, that'll be a really good improvement after having that mishap in the opener.
Once again, he figured out what went wrong with that second attempt and just needs to recreate that right here for his third. Good grind coming out of that hole there.
Very
And
good
that's a
attempt.
Good lift. All right, and then same weight is staying on that bar for Diego up next. 160 kilos for the 66 kilo lifter.
And I'm hearing the announcers now. So as he weighed in at 59.9, this 160 attempt is just shy of about a 3 times body weight squat.
I want to point out as well, he is a junior lifter, but he is only 19 years old. And that bottom range as a junior lifter has lots of room to grow, both in his weight class and in his age division.
Yeah, he gets 3 white lights and walks away going 3 for 3. So that's very, very good experience gaining here on the platform.
170 kilos for Brooks' third attempt here. This is a massive squat. 374 pounds.
Wow, and what a good attempt by Brooke.
Like I said, no knee sleeves, no problem for her. She gets 3 white lights on that.
Yeah, that is probably one of the best grinds we've seen thus far in this session. And you can kind of almost see how she kind of got knocked back and that bar was swaying all over the place, but she still managed to maintain control of it and lock it out.
All right, we are nearing the end of squats for this flight. Simon has 172.5 for his third squat. About a 380-pound squat right now. Oh.
Yeah.
A little bit too much for him, but it is shocking to see that we are almost through the flight, and that was the first miss on strength we've had this entire time through. Closing out this flight, we've got Gabriel with 187.5 kilos. We have now broken into that 400-pound barrier for Gabriel.
And not a problem for him. 400 pounds comes easy for Gabe. And I kind of just want to talk a little bit about his attempt selection. So he went 10 kilos from his opener to second, and then going 12 and a half kilos from his second to third. Typically, that's not what we normally see, right? What do we normally see when it comes to attempt selections and kind of the progression?
Yeah, usually you see lifters choose to take, either equal jumps from first to second and second to third, or a little bit smaller jump from that second to third. Sometimes what happens is Gabriel went out for that second attempt of 175. Maybe his plan was to go 185, but he felt so good and it moved so well that he said, no, coach, I have 197 in me. And it looked like that worked out pretty well for him there. Jack is opening up the flight at 160 kilos.
3 white lights, no problem.
And we now have one of our first sub-juniors of the day. Oliver Dolbert is 18 years old here. He's in the 83 kilo class.
Very fast opener by Oliver. Gets 1 red light for depth there.
It is so insane to me that, today we're going to see lifters all the way from 16 years old up until 70 years old. Powerlifting really is a sport for everyone.
I think one of the important things I highlighted in yesterday's session with Isaiah was the accessibility and the barrier to entry when it comes to powerlifting. We see that with the explosion of raw powerlifting, which really just requires a singlet, t-shirt, and some shoes. But in raw powerlifting, lifters can also wear wrist wraps, belt, and knee sleeves, but that's about it. That makes it so that powerlifting is very accessible for the average gym goer. So anyone who wants to compete in powerlifting or wants to participate, all they really need is a singlet, and that's about it. So that's one of the nice things about seeing lifters with such a disparity in age ranges and even weight classes, just going to show how powerlifting is a sport for everybody.
Yeah, because then we have lifters like we saw with Brooke. All she had was her singlet and t-shirt, but she is still dominating with that 374-pound squat. The extra equipment can definitely help, but you definitely do not need to have it. And it looks like Gaetano did not make the squat unracked by the time his timer ran out. So like we were saying, you need that 60 seconds you have to get that start command. So making sure that you are ready when they say bar is loaded to get out there, unrack that bar, and make sure you're in that proper starting position for that head ref to give you that start command.
So it did look like he still elected to go up 12 and a half kilos after not being able to go out and take his opening squat. So we'll circle back to Gaetano to see how he fares with that.
Ethan hits a smooth 165 kilos for his opening attempt.
And I think that is interesting, right? Going up after having timed out a lift. I don't think you've ever been in the position like that.
I actually have.
You have? Okay, so let's walk through that, right? So you get called up to the platform, you time out, and you aren't able to take your opener, which to many people is their last warm up, right? But then still going up after that. In Gaetano's situation, it might differ from your situation, but kind of what did you do after? Did you go up? Did you retake?
Yeah, so, but before I talk about myself, if I were in Gaetano's position, it could be that, you open very light and you know that it's something that you could have hit every day. Maybe you're going back and taking it in the warm-up room right away so that you can still kind of judge how that felt, get that extra warm-up, and then go back out for that second attempt. In my position, it's actually kind of a complicated issue where I didn't have the right rack height in. I had to go change it, but at a big national level meet, my handler actually went to the wrong scoring table to get that rack height. And then while they were trying to change the rack height, he also was giving my attempt, but he didn't realize he was at the wrong scoring table. Time to put in the next attempt. Lifters have 60 seconds after they complete the lift to put in their next attempt. So in my case, I was automatically upped 2.5 kilos from my opening attempt. So what I did is I went back in the warm-up room, took what I was supposed to take for my second attempt, and timed out my attempt on the platform, and then still went up another 7.5 kilos up to that third attempt, which was very scary.
That's bold. That's bold.
It was, and I'm sure it's even scarier in Gaetano's position because he doesn't have a squat on the board currently. I had my opener, so I knew that I wasn't going to bomb out, and hopefully that is not in the cards for him today, but he does need that second attempt to get a squat towards his total today. So that's why this is such a bold move to go up after not achieving that opening attempt.
And you rarely encounter situations like this where a lifter times out or there's another kind of other circumstance that doesn't allow a lifter to appropriately get their attempt on the board. But I think that kind of goes into speaking into how important having somebody in the back room with you, a coach, a handler, somebody who is kind of paying attention to those things. That way they can make sure that you have your attempts on submit it on time, make sure you kind of get that feedback in the warm-up room and just kind of have somebody supporting you throughout the day. I think that's one of the things that we see here with people going out of their way to hire coaches and being able to have that support system around them.
Yeah, that's something that I've seen very common actually at, a lot of local level meets. A lot of lifters, they don't think that they need a coach there with them. And I've seen lifters miss their attempt because they were in the bathroom and, they didn't realize that they were up. Michael is opening up at 187.5 kilos. So again, he's another local lifter to Chicago, trains at 5W regularly, so he's got that home ground advantage here.
I got a chance to speak to Michael earlier in the warm-up room, and unfortunately, he gets called for depth on his squat. It wasn't a strength issue, just needs to get a little deeper, but I got a chance to talk to Michael, and he is opening up 17 and a half kilos above from what he previously hit back in August. So that is a huge improvement, has made progress since then, but just needs to refine those fine details and adjust for a depth moving on to the second and third attempts.
Riley is opening up at 200 kilos, being the first lifter today to break that 200 kilo barrier.
That is 3 white lights for Riley.
And I want to talk about it again. We saw another ballsy move here just now. We watched Michael miss his lift 2-1 on a depth call, and he decided to make a 12.5 kilo jump from there up to 200 kilos. You know, a lot of lifters, if they miss on depth, they're more inclined to either retake it or take a little bit smaller of a jump, something that they know they can hit. They just want to get a little bit extra there, but he is feeling good today, and it looks like he knows what he needs to do to hit depth and is going up again to that second attempt.
Very deep squat by Keegan. I'm sure that'll be depth. Yeah, 3 white lights. And I think just kind of going back to Michael, like that's usually behavior that you see from high level or people who have years and years of experience in their belt, right? So going up after having missed an opener on depth, I mean, making both the technical adjustment and also keeping in mind that you are lifting more weight. I mean, there's multiple variables there that go into a second attempt. So that's a lot of pressure and weight going into that second attempt, all for just to get on the board. So very interesting to see how Michael handles 200 kilos.
Yeah, and something I want to point out for anyone who might not be familiar with, you know, the rules of how putting attempts in works, you are not allowed to go back down in weight if you miss an attempt. So whatever you take for your second attempt, if you miss it, you have to take at least that for your third again. So, you know, some people think, okay, say I missed my second attempt of 170, it was a little bit too much. Let me go back down to 165. Unfortunately, you cannot do that. But as we've seen, if you miss an attempt, you are allowed to go up. You can go up as high as you want. You just cannot go back down in weight if it is a missed attempt. Jack hit that opening attempt of 170 kilos, and Oliver now has 172.5 on his back. He makes light work of that second attempt, getting 2-1, good lift.
Now we're here with one of our lifters that missed their opener, Gaetano, who, as we recall, he timed out on his opening attempt, but still elected to go up 12.5 kilos in this attempt. So we'll see if he either took a weight in the warm-up room or just simply waited until this attempt to take his attempt.
Yeah, it looks like he did not make that mistake again, getting out right away with 55 seconds. Oh, yeah. So it looks like his opening attempt he knew was something he could hit. He does get that 2-1 good lift.
Yeah, I think we kind of understood why he went up, given how easy that looked. I'm pretty sure 165 was weight that was already a warm-up to begin with.
And, you know, even though that did work out in his favor, once again, this is still a ballsy move. He got 2-1 good lift, but he got 1 red card. So
Yeah.
if one other lift said that it wasn't to depth, he would have had no squat for the day so far. But lucky for him, he made that look good. Ethan has 177.5 for his second attempt.
His squat technique was kind of interesting. I mean, he's coming down, and it looks like he has that final dip down into depth and kind of buries that squat. So very, very interesting strategy in being able to kind of achieve depth in his situation.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's really interesting to see how everyone squats. You know, everyone squats at a different tempo, a different control. Some lifters way overshoot depth. Some lifters cut it close. Different speeds. You know, everyone squats to what works best for them.
Big jump here for Ethan. 15 kilos from the first opening attempt to second.
Looked a little bit unstable in that walk back, but still a good lift nonetheless.
Mitchell Beasley up next, 197.5 kilos. Easy 10-kilo jump. Very deep squat by Mitchell. Able to grind it out, and he gets 3 white lights. And I wonder how much more he has left in the tank. I mean, that looked like a very, very hard squat. So I'm wondering how much they're going to go up, if they're going to go and choose to take a third.
You know, we watched Michael miss his first attempt on depth and opt to go up to 200. And interestingly enough, 200 is something that he actually just recently hit as a PR in training. So I'm
a lot of things at stake here. Not only is this going to be an all-time PR match for him, but just also being able to kind of get on the board.
Oh, come on.
So it did look like he hit depth there, but just kind of stalled as he got out of the hole. So this is a situation you really don't want to be in, but let's just kind of talk about the emotions that might be going through this, especially from both the athlete perspective and from a coaching perspective. So I guess I'll play the athlete in this situation, right? I mean, there really isn't anything you can do as far as just retaking that weight. You did make the adjustment in hitting depth, but I think at this point, it really is just a mental game, right? Like there isn't really anything physical that you can change as far as technique or anything like that. It just is about coming back to the attempt and trying to go for it. I mean, this is really all or nothing now for Michael. Now, from a coaching perspective, talk about a little bit more about how you would motivate your lifter or talk to them if they're in a position like this.
Yeah, you know, you really want to get your athlete in the right headspace. You know, this is something that he has hit before. He has done this before. He just now has to go out and hit it on meet day where it counts. You know, he got that opening attempt. He's done 200 before. He just needs to sink it a little bit lower, and he can do it. You know, fortunately, him and if he has a coach back there, I think they made the right call in retaking 200
Absolutely.
for that third attempt. But like I was saying before, you cannot go back down in weight. So I think a little bit less could have been a perfect second attempt for him. But hopefully he can come back and grind out that 200 for a third attempt. But I have seen this happen before. Someone fail a second attempt on strength and then come back out for that third attempt. You know, the crowd is going to get louder for them. I've seen it happen before, and hopefully Mike can do the same thing.
I mean, unfortunately, this story is far too common in powerlifting, where somebody misses an opener and then misses on a technicality, then misses the second on strength, and then now it really comes down to the lifter on if they're able to execute on the third attempt. So that's going to be sort of the highlight as we move into these third rounds of squats. But before that, we have Keegan, who is taking 220 kilos as the final second attempt, 486 pounds. Let's see if this moves well, and he might go for the infamous 227.
It was a little bit sticky of a second attempt, but he got it up, and the refs agree. All 3 white lights for him. We'll see what type of jump he opts to make from there. But it looks like he has just a little bit more left in the tank. All right, Jack is starting us out for third attempt squats for the flight. 175 kilos right now. Let's go, Jack. Start us out strong for our third attempts.
Yeah, very nice and stable there. We see that front camera angle, and he looks very, very symmetrical, very stable. I mean, that attempt selection is very just sort of planned out, right? I mean, you just go 10 and 5. So he's staying in his own lane and executing to perfection. So good things to see there from Jack.
You know, and that's one of those things. Maybe he's saving a little bit gas in the tank for deadlifts, but also maybe that was already a big PR for him, and it just moved that well. Every lifter is going to have a different strategy on meet day for how they choose to take their attempts. Wow, that did not look like a
Yeah.
third attempt from Oliver.
Again, 2-1, but he still gets that good lift and goes 3 for 3 on the day. I think you hit on a really good point earlier where these lifters are maybe not trying to empty out the tank here. I mean, this is only a third of the portion of the competition, right? So you still got a bench and deadlift after this. So oftentimes we see lifters completely empty out the tank on their third attempt squats and not have anything left when it comes down to deadlift.
And we are into that 400-pound range already on third attempt squats. Ethan has 185 on his back right now for his third. And that is a good grind for a third attempt. 185 is a good lift. We'll watch that back one more time for you guys.
Very good grind, push off the hole. And now we're up to Gaetano, who, if you remember, he missed his opening attempt after timing out, opted to go up 12.5 kilos and move that with ease, and is now going up an additional 15 kilos and going past that 400-pound mark to 425 pounds.
Oh, yeah. Kind of like what you mentioned before, he made a larger jump to his third than he did to his second. So it looks like his plan might have been to take a little bit heavier of a second, but opted for a little bit lighter since he timed out that first attempt, but it still made another good jump to his third.
And now for a very important lift for Michael, he missed his opening attempt on depth, wasn't able to lock it out on the second attempt squat, and is now, this is an all or nothing lift for Michael, right? You really want to give it your all in this one.
And he needs this to be able to post a total for the meet today. 200 kilo squat. Let's go, Michael. Oh.
And unfortunately, Michael will not be able to post a total since he did not register a good lift for any of his third squats. He will be able to continue on lifting, and we might see him come out for bench and deadlift, but he will not be able to place or receive a medal for today's competition.
All right, moving on, we have Ethan Trail, 202.5 for his third and final squat attempt. And he grinds out that third attempt perfectly. 202.5. 3 white lights is a good lift. Mitchell Beasley has 205 kilos on the bar waiting for him. He got coming out with 30 seconds left on that clock to get that start command. Sometimes that is all you need. It's a little bit better sometimes to take a little bit of time to make sure you're in that right headspace before you walk out. Oh. Good catch from our spotters and loaders. Unfortunately, did not make it out of the hole there, but he still walks away with a second attempt of 197.5.
Now moving on to our third and final squat for today. We have 3 squats left. We got Tony, who will be taking 210 kilos, 463 pounds.
Oh, wow. It
What a
looked
good
like he was
recovery.
about to lose his balance. You know, when you're in that high bar squat position, it's really easy to get pushed forward and almost fall forward, but he fought that hard and stood up and got that lift.
Almost looked like a good morning at one point of the lift, right? That bar just kind of pitching you forward, and then you still being able to recenter yourself and lock it out. That's something that, I mean, you don't really plan for it, but just goes to show how strong he can be in those positions.
All right, nearing the end of third squat attempts for the second flight, we have Riley, 215 kilos. A nice and smooth third attempt there.
And now for our first 500-pound squat of the day, we have Keegan, who will be taking 501 in the 83-kilo class. That's a pretty good squat for an 83-kilo lifter in the junior division.
You know, exactly like you predicted. His second attempt looked a little bit hard, but you even said, I think he's going to go for that coveted 500-pound squat, and I think this is exactly what he's doing right now.
And we see 5 spotters on the platform there. So that's also something going to show how much weight you're lifting. It requires 5 guys in order to spot you.
Oh.
Yeah, just a little bit too much there on the day, but still, thanks to the crowd, and we're glad that our spotters were there to keep him safe.
Yeah, and I think that was one of those situations where his second attempt really did gas him. He probably knew that he maybe had 2.5 more in him, but you know, when you're in that position and you know you're going to be just shy of 500 pounds, why not go for it right now? All right, we are now on to the final flight today. Gavin Workman is starting us out with a 120 kilo squat. You know, this is something we haven't seen yet so far today. Some lifters will choose to turn those racks in so they can get that absolute max grip on the squat. You know, we see a max grip requirement for bench, but we don't have that for squat actually.
Yeah, as long as our hands are within the inside of the collars, which is really the full width of the bar, that's a perfectly allowable grip. And the moving the racks in allows you to not only crush your not crush your hands when you re-rack it, but sometimes lifters do it even if they don't have a wide grip width, and a lot of the times that's due to prevent the plates actually smacking the top of the uprights. I've seen lifters do that. I've personally done that before, and everyone has their preferences when it comes down to how they lift.
I want to talk a little bit as well. So we saw Gavin hit a very easy squat attempt of 120. And if we take a look at all 3 of his inputted openers are 120, 120, 120 for squat, bench, and deadlift. So if I were to speculate on what he was doing, I believe that he's going for kind of a token total here. He might be trying to get a Powerlifting America total to qualify to go to nationals or maybe another meet. Maybe his prep didn't go as well as he expected, but still decided to show up on the platform here. So glad that he is here, still competing, still showing up.
Yeah, you bring up a good point there. So actually, let's kind of talk about the Powerlifting America and just sort of the schedule that it looks like for this rest of the year in 2026. So as of this weekend, actually, is the start of the Powerlifting America 2026 Nationals season. We, while this meet is going on, we are also there is also bench press nationals going on at the same time, and a lot of these lifters are actually using this meet as a qualifying total to kind of set the foundation for them to later compete in the year at whether it be age division nationals, collegiate nationals with some of our lifters from yesterday, or open nationals that we're going to see just in the months of April, May. So a lot of these lifters expect them also compete at nationals. So that is one thing that we'll also highlight with these lifters as they continue on building their season.
And we're watching one of our younger competitors for the day right now. Brian Root is only 16 years old competing today. Oh, so let's
He
see
might
what
have
the
jumped that
judges
rack
say.
command.
Yeah, I believe he jumped that rack command. Like we were talking about earlier in that first flight, lifters have two commands that they need to follow, squat and rack. So they can't squat before they receive the squat command, and they can't rack before they receive the rack command. So that looked like a very easy attempt for him. You know, sometimes you see that in some of the younger lifters. If this is one of their first meets, they're not used to having to wait on someone to tell them when to do what they're going to do.
Yeah.
So he probably knows what he messed up on by now. He's probably going to go up on that second attempt and make sure that he follows those commands to get a squat on the board.
I mean, it could be a mix of things, right? It could be either the nerves of seeing all the lights, the people around you, and it being your first competition, or maybe you just have a little bit of excitement and you just are really happy that you hit that lift, and then you just preemptively walk into the rack. But it's very important as an experienced lifter to, or any lifter, to just listen to those referee commands.
Johnny Cruz squats 200 kilos for his opening attempt. Gets 3 white lights for a good lift. Another one of our masters lifters today. Jasper is barely into that Masters 1 category at 40 years old today competing, and he is squatting 205 kilos. A slow but steady opening attempt. You know, sometimes not everyone is going to be a fast squatter. Like for myself, even when I hit a red, I'm never squatting it all that fast. So some people might look at that and think it looked a little hard, but some people would look at it, and if they know how he squats and they know what he consistently looks like, that looked like a solid squat to me. Carlos is another local Chicago lifter. He's actually coached by Waylon on the 5W team and goes to a local gym here, Catalyst Strength. So unfortunately, he got a no lift. I believe he did not wait for one of the commands. So like we saw before, a very easy squat attempt. Moved very well, but just needs to wait on those commands so that he can nail that second attempt.
Mario up next, another lifter coached by the 5W team. He lives out of the 5W Strength Club, also in Chicago. So it's very nice to see just the local talent, the local lifters coming out and supporting their own meets. Mario gets 3 white lights, and now we are down to our last opening attempt for this last flight. Christian taking us up to 212.5 kilos.
Christian is closing out our opening attempts, 212.5. Makes very light work of that opening attempt. But that is exactly how an opening attempt should look. And we watched Gavin hit an easy opening attempt of 120 kilos. It looks like 122.5 was loaded for his second attempt. And he is on his way out right now to hit that. And I wonder exactly what that thought process was, and
Yeah.
putting in only a 2.5 jump there.
I think just getting consistent attempts and trying to get experience on the platform. So it gets 2 to 1, a good lift.
If he is out there taking kind of a token squat, maybe he doesn't want to scratch his attempts. Maybe he does want to keep going, but he does maybe have a limit due to possibly an injury or anything else like that. Shows some really good sportsmanship to, not only show up and hit a token squat like that, but to take more than one attempt, actually.
Right, yeah.
So we watched Brian Root miss his opening attempt due to missing one of the rack commands. So he is back out, decided to take a 2.5 jump from there. It moved very well. He knows that he has more in him for his third attempt. He just needs to get a squat on the board. And I think that this was a very good call on his part. You don't want to make too big of a jump and then have strength or depth or something like that be an issue when your only issue was missing a command.
Yeah, he definitely executed that one well, gets 3 white lights. And yeah, absolutely. I think that is a good call in just going up 2.5 kilos, because retaking the weight isn't really going to do much for your total since you're just taking what you elected to attempt for your opening attempt. But if you go up just a little bit, you're not necessarily putting it at risk of missing for a strength or anything else, but you're still kind of closing that gap from what you projected your opening attempt to your second attempt. So that's a really good kind of middle ground for you to find yourself in.
Very nice. Oh, unfortunately, that was actually a no lift due to depth.
So it was a big jump. He did take a 20-kilo jump going from 170 to 180. So that weight was definitely felt there.
And I do see what the refs saw there. Just a little bit too high.
Not a strength issue, right? Something he can adjust going into the third attempt, but something that there needs to be an adjustment made there. And it looks like he is retaking that weight and using that excess energy that he had and just sinking it a little deeper.
195 kilos for Benny's second attempt.
Good attempt there, 3 white lights for Benny.
Johnny Cruz has 210 kilos on the bar for his second attempt right now. Taking his time, making sure he gets exactly under the bar like he needs to be.
Two to 1, good lift.
He did get that 1 red card due to depth, but 2 white lights is all he needs.
I'll highlight one interesting thing about Jasper. So Jasper is actually a person that we see frequently competing in just the Chicagoland area. I mean, he's competed at so many meets over the past year. In 2024, he competed 3 times for his first year competing. And then in 2025, he competed a total of 5 times over the course of the year. So it seems like he's getting a very early start to the 2026 season. So we'll see how many times he competes this year.
Yeah, and for this to be his 9th meet over the span of
about a year and a half?
Less than 2 years,
Yeah.
yeah. Getting a lot of experience under his belt very quickly. And, that really only makes you a better lifter most times. And I think a lot of people really underestimate how just getting some extra competition experience can really help you.
You often hear people, especially more at the experience level, talk about a tune-up meet or doing meets kind of either just for fun or getting some kind of getting the rust off of their platform experience. And I think that's something that is understated, especially at some of the beginner levels, and just getting that platform experience experienced and seen the different level of either reffing or just production value that some of these meets host, I think it's also fun to just compete.
Yeah. You know, you put so much energy into this sport. There's not as much fun in waiting 2 years between a meet because you feel like you're not strong enough to compete again. You know, a lot of people, you don't have to hit a PR on every single thing every single time you compete. And I think that's a mindset that a lot of lifters start to develop. You know, the more you compete, Mario makes very easy work of that second attempt of 215 kilos. All right, so we have Carlos coming up next with 220 kilos for his second attempt. We watched him make pretty easy work of his opening attempt of 205, but unfortunately, he just needed to wait for those two commands, the squat and rack commands. So he knows what he needs to do now. He knows that this weight consistently moves well. So now he just needs to get those commands and nail this second attempt. And it looks like he did exactly that. 3 white lights, and he now has a squat on the board. And with the 15-kilo jump he made from his first to second attempt, it doesn't look like his plan was really deterred much at all. Christian is closing out our second attempts right now with 222.5.
Very easy attempt there. I'm sure with how well that weight moved, I'm pretty sure he'll be going over 500 pounds today.
All right. These are the final squats of this session today. Third attempt squats are starting out strong with Gavin Workman making another 2.5 jump to that third attempt. He looks like he's having a fun time today. 125 kilos.
It looks like a little bit of a shake in his head. Yeah, I think he knew he squatted a little bit high. 2-1. Unfortunately, a no lift for him, but still, I mean, he walks away with 122.5. So really, it's only 2.5 kilos less, which really isn't that huge of a difference.
Watch that back. It looks like there could be some issue with, you know, maybe some type of pain that he's dealing with and why he is making these small jumps and squatting a little light for us today. But we watched 190 get missed on depth, and he is back out to take it again for his third. Looks like he squatted a little bit deeper there.
And he gets 3 white lights, and you notice how that third attempt was arguably harder as the bar speed moves a lot slower than his second attempt, but because he went deeper, that costed him more energy into the squat. So very wise attempt selection there. If he would have gone up, who knows if he would have actually gotten that weight.
Yes, that is exactly why it is usually a good attempt if you do miss on depth to make a smaller jump than planned or to retake that weight, because when you do hit depth and you consciously squat a little bit lower, it is going to be a little bit harder for you to get that weight up. Now, Brian must have been a little shaken up by that opening miss with those commands.
And it almost looked like he wanted to walk forward with this command. He kind of lifted his heel a little bit, but
I don't think his feet
actually
moved.
moved. Yeah, I think he which is interesting because you're allowed to rock between the ball of your foot and your heels, but your foot can't move. So even if he's kind of like inching towards the rack, but his feet stay grounded and don't move laterally, he should be in the clear.
Yeah. Your foot is allowed to stay, like you said, you can rock back and forth, but you have to stay in the same footprint. And I think if he got that rack command just a second later, he might have missed that.
Kind of fell forward a little bit, but he got that lift, which is all you really care about.
Yeah. Benny Wu has 205 kilos for his third attempt right now. That is a good third attempt right there. Bar is loaded for Johnny Cruz. 220 kilos is a little bit below his best squat of 247.5. But he is excited and ready for this 220 kilo third attempt. Oh, yeah.
What a good grind by Johnny.
That was a perfect grind for that third attempt, and that is a good lift.
You can kind of see the little bit of sigh of relief in his face as he walks forward and gives that thumbs up to the fans. Jasper taking a 10-kilo jump, 222.5 kilos, 490 pounds. Again, he last competed back in November, so a pretty quick turnaround for him to compete here in January. Again, he competed a total of 5 times last year, so we'll see how he sets himself up for this year's season.
Very nice third attempt. And I wonder if you see that more frequent competing from someone who was an athlete in another sport before. You know, they're used to frequent meets, like a lot of different sports are used to competing every single weekend, and they want that feeling back with powerlifting.
I mean, I think we see a lot internationally where some of these international lifters are who compete at the IPF level, sometimes even compete like over 5 times a year, which we've seen from some of the top competitors.
Yeah, and you know, that's where you really see it's not really an expectation to PR every single time. Sometimes you're going to help out a team, score a little bit higher GL points. And Mario makes his third attempt, looks like an opener of 225. That's a good lift for him.
A very good comeback for Mario from his last competition, if you recall. I see in the chat here in the live stream, we have somebody rooting for Carlos. Let's go, Carlos. So he is attempting 235 kilos.
We said might have gotten a little bit shaken up by that missed opening attempt, but came back on that second and is now here for 235, over 500-pound squat. Oh, wow.
And he gets 3 wide lights, and you can almost override that first missed attempt, right? It's almost like it didn't even happen if you go up anyways after the missed squat, because, I mean, from going to 205 to 235, you're picking up 30 kilos, so that's a really good finish for Carlos.
All right, the last squat of the session, ladies and gentlemen, 240 kilos for Christian. Let's make it move, Christian. Oh, yeah.
Very good attempt there by Christian, and he gets 3 white lights. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our spotters and loaders on screen are going to be setting up the platform as we get ready for the bench press. Meanwhile, we will be taking a 10-minute intermission. But before we go on break, let's just talk a little bit about the current forecasted placements for the top 10 men. Again, we still have a primetime session to go in the afternoon, but for now, we have Christian, Favela, Keegan, and Jasper kind of in that top 3 position, followed by Ethan, and then Carlos, Matias rounding out that top 5. So we got to see a little bit of a preview of what we're expected to see for the rest of the competition. But again, this is just squat, so it's a third of the competition, so plenty of lifting left to go.
And currently we've only had 1 woman compete in this session, and Brooke is holding her ground with a 170 kilo squat. And it looks like she is from that U Chicago barbell team as well. So we're going to see these placings change as well with, you know, some women in that primetime session later today, but I think that Brooke is going to hold her ground pretty decently well. Very excited to see how this is going to play out.
Yeah, and I think Brooke is really in that position where it's her versus her, right? She's the only competitor in this division, so she will really be looking to compete against herself and her previous training best. So, I mean, it's a really different competition in and of its own. But yeah, we're really excited to see how the rest of the placings shake up as we move on to bench press. Now, we are going to take a 10-minute intermission. Our platform is getting set up for bench press. Again, this is the 5W Midwest Open Showdown. This is day 2, session 1, and we will see you all back in 10 minutes.
I'm here with my guy, Brian. He's a sales director for Math Science. We've been working together for what, 2 years?
2 years and counting.
2 years and counting.
Let's go.
This is, I believe it's a hoodie.
Hoodie.
So Brian, why don't you tell the audience what makes this hoodie special?
It's just heavier. Right now, everyone's trying to get heavier, more premium options. So there's different price points. We looked at, hey, here's a regular hoodie. Here's one that's a little bit better, which you've used in the past.
Yeah.
And then this is a brand new one that it's like, hey, this is way more fashion forward.
Yeah.
It's heavier. It feels really good. And everyone that we've shown it to absolutely loves it.
I agree, man.
Yeah.
This looks super modernized. And right now it's getting cold and cold in Chicago. So I'm sure it's definitely the hoodie to go.
It's a little bit oversized. You can see like drop shoulders. There's no drawstrings, so it's more like urban, more fashion forward. Raglan sleeves, and then it's French terry on the inside.
Yeah.
So it just has really good weight to it. And let's look at the shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shirt right here.
Same thing with the shirt. This is a heavier option. There's like a standard option. You've used other brands in the past. You've used this one a lot too.
Yeah, I've used this one a lot, yeah.
This is a heavier option, oversized, drop shoulders, slightly cropped. Again, this is probably like our #1 shirt when people want, hey, I want a fashion forward shirt. I want to spend a little bit more money. This is the way to go. And then you guys tag them on the inside, so private label tags. Yeah, and then that's this year's design.
Yeah, horse shirt.
Yeah.
We'll be dropping this in January most likely. But for now, just appreciate you again.
Yeah.
That's good, man.
Yeah.
That's good. I'm happy, man. Thank you.
Let's go.
Thank you. Thank you.
Pursuit. It looks different for all of us, but underneath, it's the same. The same silence, the same struggle, the same choice. You wake up with it. You feel it when you're alone. And when it's hard to keep going, you do it anyway. It's not about the destination. It's about how you become in order to get there. And some of us found it in the gym, some on the road, some under the bar, or behind the back. But what we're really chasing is something internal. A version of ourselves that holds under pressure, earned through repetition. It's not loud. There's no celebration. Just small moments, repeated and earned. You don't have to get it. Not everyone does. But if you do, you know what it means to keep showing up. Hour after hour, when no one is watching. And that's the pursuit.
Fear. Fear is rooted in doubt. Doubt in myself. Am I strong enough to endure this? Do I have the unshaken will to walk the path I've chosen? The moment I doubt my will, fear creeps in, trying to conquer me, to enslave me. Doubt must be slain, and with it, fear. My will must then be shaken. Doubtless. no fear.
I'm here with my guy Brian. He's a sales director for Math Science. We've been working together for what, 2 years?
2 years and counting.
2 years and counting.
Let's go.
This is, I believe it's a hoodie.
Hoodie.
So Brian, why don't you tell the audience what made this hoodie special?
It's just heavier. Right now, everyone's trying to get heavier, more premium options. So there's different price points. We looked at, hey, here's a regular hoodie. Here's one that's a little bit better, which you've used in the past.
Yeah.
And then this is a brand new one that it's like, hey, this is way more fashion forward.
Yeah.
It's heavier. It feels really good. And everyone that we've shown it to absolutely loves it.
I agree, man.
Yeah.
This looks super modernized. And right now it's getting cold and cold in Chicago. So
Yeah.
I'm sure it's definitely
So
the hoodie to go.
It's a little bit oversized. You can see like drop shoulders. There's no drawstrings, so it's more like urban, more fashion forward. Raglan sleeves, and then it's French terry on the inside.
Yeah.
So it just has really good weight to it. And let's look at the shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shirt right here.
Same thing with the shirt. This is a heavier option. There's like a standard option. You've used other brands in the past. You've used this one a lot too.
Yeah, used this one a lot, yeah.
This is a heavier option, oversized, drop shoulders, slightly cropped. Again, this is probably like our #1 shirt when people want, hey, I want a fashion forward shirt. I want to spend a little bit more money. This is the way to go. And
Yeah.
then you guys tag them on the inside, so private
Yep.
label tags. Yeah. And
Yeah.
then that's this year's design.
Yeah, horse shirt.
Yeah.
We'll be dropping this in January most likely. But for now, just appreciate you again.
Yeah.
That's good, man.
Yeah.
That's good. I'm happy, man. Thank you.
Let's go.
Thank you. Thank you.
Pursuit. It looks different for all of us, but underneath, it's the same. The same silence, the same struggle, the same choice. You wake up with it. You feel it when you're alone. And when it's hard to keep going, you do it anyway. It's not about the destination. It's about who you become in order to get there. And some of us found in the gym, some on the road, some under the bar, or behind the back. But what we're really chasing is something internal. A version of ourselves that holds under pressure, earned through repetition. It's not loud. There's no celebration. Just small moments, repeated and earned. You don't have to get it. Not everyone does. But if you do, you know what it means to keep showing up. Hour after hour, when no one is watching. And that's the pursuit.
Fear. Fear is rooted in doubt. Doubt in myself. Am I strong enough to endure this? Do I have the unshaken will to walk the path I've chosen? The moment I doubt my will, fear creeps in, trying to conquer me, to enslave me. Doubt must be slain, and with it, fear. My will must then be shaken. Doubtless. No fear.
I'm here with my guy Brian. He's a sales director for Math Science. We've been working together for what, 2 years?
2 years and counting.
2 years and counting.
Let's go.
This is, I believe it's a hoodie.
Hoodie.
So Brian, why don't you tell the audience what made this hoodie special?
It's just heavier. Right now, everyone's trying to get heavier, more premium options. So there's different price points. We looked at, hey, here's a regular hoodie. Here's one that's a little bit better, which you've used in the past.
Yeah.
And then this is a brand new one that it's like, hey, this is way more fashion forward.
Yeah.
It's heavier. It feels really good. And everyone that we've shown it to absolutely loves it.
I agree, man.
Yeah.
This looks super modernized, and right now it's getting cold in Chicago, so
Yeah.
I'm sure it's definitely
So
the hoodie to go.
It's a little bit oversized. You can see like drop shoulders. There's no drawstrings, so it's more like urban, more fashion forward. Raglan sleeves, and then it's French terry on the inside.
Yeah.
So it just has really good weight to it. And let's look at the shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure, right here.
Same thing with the shirt. This is a heavier option. There's like.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Powerlifting America 5W Midwest Open Showdown. This is session 1, day 2, and we are just getting ready to start the bench press portion of the competition. We finished out the squats, and there was a lot of interesting squats, a lot of good attempts there, and just what were some of the things that you noticed or want to kind of talk about how this squat session went?
Yeah, we saw, and especially the first flight, we saw a lot of good attempts. We only saw one singular miss on strength, which is honestly very rare. We saw a couple ballsy moves we saw some miss opening attempts and some big jumps after that. Some it worked out for, some it unfortunately did not. But hopefully everyone is ready and excited to move into bench press and start out that part of the meet strong.
Yeah, I think with a kind of a talent pool of this size, we get to see some very new lifters, people who are competing for the very first time, but then people who have several meets under their belt, who are competing either regularly or who have been competing for over a few years. So it's really nice to kind of see everybody working together and compete on the same platform. It kind of allows everybody to experience a caliber meet of this size and just really be fully immersed in what today's presentation is for the whole competition.
Yeah, and in the same light, we saw lifters from all the way from 16 up until 70 years old compete. So that again really highlights the versatility of what powerlifting can be for people.
And again, we're kicking off the bench press portion with Diego opening us up with 77.5 kilos. Good attempt there for Diego, and let's talk about what to expect in the bench press. We saw that in squat, we have 2 commands, the squat and the press command, rack command. But now for the bench press portion, what are the commands here for bench, Katie?
Yeah, so we've actually got 3 commands now. Start, press, and rack. So what this means is lifters are going to get into their proper starting position. This means that their head, their shoulders, their glutes are all in contact with the pad, and their feet are flat and in contact with the floor. Their elbows are locked out, the bar is unracked, and they're ready. They're going to get that start command. From there, they lower the bar down to their chest, and once it is motionless on the chest, they will receive the press command. From there, they travel the bar upwards until their arms are locked out again, in which they receive the rack command.
And we see a very, very light touch there for Andres, which was a good lift. And that's one of the important things that the referees look for and athletes have to train for is maintaining that bar motionless on the chest. A lot of times lifters kind of sink that bar deep into their chest, or the bar is swaying back and forth, and that won't be good enough for the referees. That bar has to come to a complete stop in order for you to receive that press command. So that's kind of the reason as to why sometimes in competition you'll see lifters get different lengths of pauses. It's not that the referee is necessarily counting a specific amount of seconds. They just want to ensure that that bar is motionless.
Yeah, and something that is actually a different rule in the IPF and Powerlifting America as opposed to, the USAPL Federation also in America. What is that rule in bench press that differs?
Yeah, the main thing, and this has been for a few years now, is elbow depth. And what elbow depth is it ensures that the purpose of the rule is in trying to mitigate a very short range of motion bench press and trying to force a lifter to reach a certain amount of depth in order for that bench press to count. So what it means is your elbow, the tip of your elbow has to go below the middle of the shoulder joint. So it's very only for the chief referee to call, because that's really the only perspective you can see it from, but it ensures that the lifter is getting adequate amount of range of motion in their bench press.
And we can get a clear image of what that depth looks like from Julian here. That elbow traveled below that middle top of the shoulder joint there.
A very anti-Katie rule.
I do compete in USA powerlifting, and I have a little bit shorter range of motion on bench press myself, just why I'm a little bit hesitant to compete in Powerlifting America. But unfortunately, we saw Julian miss his opening attempt with 2 yellow cards. So 2 yellow cards from the sides can mean a lot of different things. There's a lot of different rules that referees are watching for. It could have been the butt coming up. It could have been feet coming up. A couple different things. Looks like Juan has got some fans in the comments right now cheering him on. And that is a good lift for Juan. He's got some fans here as well. I can hear them screaming out in the spectator area.
And for those of you watching from home, if you guys are supporting any lifters in any of these flights, let us know where you guys are coming from, watching from, or who you're supporting. We'd love to give you guys a shout out and be able to acknowledge you guys looking and spectating from the chat. I think bench press is going to be one of the lifts that is arguably the most technical, from all the different points of contact to all the different things that the referees have to look for, from the feet all the way up to the head in Powerlifting America. So that is one thing where you're going to see lifters maintain a more calm composure than a more aggressive or just more aggressive approach to the bar.
Yeah, you know, there's a lot of times, especially in squat, I think lifters need to get aggressive. They need to get their energy up in order to be able to hit it. And then especially it calms down a little bit when we get to bench, because they need to be focused. They need to pay attention to exactly what they're doing. They need to hit the right touch point. They need to make sure that everything stays in contact with what it's supposed to stay in contact with. Sometimes with deadlift, we see a couple different approaches, you know. Some sumo lifters that are very technical, we might see that kind of calm approach as well. And then sometimes you see someone that I think it's the same, like, insane hype level for deadlift. Brooke is opening up with a 95 kilo bench press. This is already over 200 pounds that she smokes.
I actually got a chance to talk to Brooke in the warm-up room, and not only is this her first meet, but I mean, she is her coach and everything was telling me, look out for the bench press, right? She is a phenomenal bench presser, already opening up above 200 pounds. So that is very impressive in and of itself for a first-time competitor already to be benching over 200.
And Gabriel is finishing off our opening attempts with the same weight, 95 kilos. And I also want to point out with Brooke, 95 kilos is the heaviest opening attempt of this fight. She is the only girl in this fight and is dominating this.
Again, a huge shout out to our spotting and loading team, our TSS spotting and loading team, who actually came up all the way out here from Texas to help this meet be as efficient as it is. So we are now up to our second attempt bench presses. We're back to Diego taking 85 kilos as his second attempt.
You know, I think that also goes to show how much intention was put into this meet by Waylon. Hiring a professional spotting and loading team to come from out of state just to make that experience that much better for the lifters is really something great to experience here.
With as big of a session as this is, having 3 flights, I think a lot of lifters anticipate or expect these the timing in between lifts to be upwards to a few hours from going to squat and bench, but that's not the case here. I mean, we are getting this session done in record time, moving so fast in between these attempts.
So Julian missed his opening attempt with 2 yellows from the side. Whatever it was that he missed on, it looks like he figured that out, cleaned it up, and came back and smoked that second bench attempt of 92.5. Okay, Andreas is also taking that 92.5 kilo second attempt. Again, one of our masters lifters here today. A smooth and steady second attempt, and he gets 3 white lights there. Matthew is also taking that 95 kilo second attempt here.
And it looks like we have a lot of Juan Fisher fans in the chat. We got people from work, family, and even here on site at the competition supporting him. So it's very nice to see the level of support these lifters receive, not just from their family, but also other competitors and the people around them.
A very easy second attempt for Juan.
We got some support here for Anthony Izaguirre.
It's 215 pounds for his second attempt. Once again, some support in the chat for Anthony as well. And that was a good lift for him.
You're absolutely right. Easy money.
Simon Powell has 100 kilos for his second attempt. We are into that 100 kilo barrier now, 220 pounds. You know, a lot of people think of 225 as that 2-plate mark, but in the powerlifting world, I like to think of 100 kilos at that 2-plate mark because this is 2 20-kilo plates stacked on top of each other. And he makes easy work of that 2-plate bench, 3 white lights. And now we have Brooke benching 220 pounds for her second attempt.
I mean, this is something that is a bragging right in its own, right? To be competing in a fight full of men, but then being second to last in the lifting order, right? It really kind of going to show that, I mean, she can compete alongside them as well.
Looks like she takes a minute to get down and make contact with that chest, but once she does, she was motionless and stable and gets that press command.
It's a very, very soft touch on the chest. It's almost like that bar is sort of hovering over her chest, waiting to get that press command.
Exactly. All right, 226 pounds for Gabriel's second attempt. Very nice, as the second attempt should move. All right, we are now back up to the top, starting our third bench attempts. Off with Andreas, 95 kilos for his third attempt. This is matching his best bench that he has hit before. we've had a pretty smooth ride in bench presses so far with only one miss.
Really good work there by Andres, and having matched his previous best competition squat earlier today and also matching his previous best in the bench press, he's really kind of building a case to either PR if he is able to put together all the performances under one competition, but also just kind of building that consistency in replicating your all-time best back to back to back.
You know, it looks like he's opening only 5 kilos under his best deadlift. So looks like if he's able to string together, like you said, his best squat, his best bench, and put together a deadlift PR for a pretty nice total PR. Diego hits 95 for his third bench, and 2-to-1 is a good lift for him.
And that is a 5 kilo PR for Diego walking into the competition, as his previous best was 90 kilos, just a little bit over 200 pounds.
And we are back up to 100 kilos already. Matthew is hitting 220 pounds for this third attempt. Oh. Fortunately, that was just a little bit too much for him today. Still walked away with that 95 kilo second attempt.
The sort of silver lining with the bench press is that a miss isn't going to necessarily impact you all that much, because proportionately you're lifting less weight. So missing 2.5 to 5 kilos on the bench press really isn't going to put a huge dent in your total, as opposed to a missed squat or deadlift.
He grinds that out, a little bit sticky off of his chest, but he locked out 100 kilos for his third attempt. And 100 is a popular weight today, with Juan also coming out to take it for his third attempt.
It definitely is one of those milestone lifts to be able to kind of get the, in powerlifting terms, that 225, right? The infamous 2 plate. That's a really big milestone lift, crossing over in the triple digits in kilograms. So yeah, exactly. 100 kilos, 220 pounds. Let's go, Juan.
Oh. It looks like he hit the rack in some way on the way down. It's very unfortunate. Definitely goes to show why it's important to make sure that your setup is down to a T, making sure that you've pulled the bar out properly to get that third attempt.
Exactly. So the referees knew that because he hit that rack and that bar had an up and down movement, that the lift wouldn't have counted. So that's a little bit as to why the spotters and loaders were called to replace that bar back into the rack.
Wow, 102.5 was just a little bit too much for Anthony. You know, like you were saying, Kevin, he only made a 5 kilo jump. So if 5 kilos was too much, he could have maybe had an extra 2.5 to his total. And when you think of it like that, makes it a little bit better when you know that you're not missing out too much to your total, and maybe 97.5 was really all he had for the day.
And I think when thinking about the bench press, I personally like to think of it as, I mean, especially when it comes down to the deadlift, that jockeying for position and those last couple kilos being very necessary for placement. I think of 2.5 kilos more on bench press is 2.5 kilos less you have to deadlift. right? So taking the 2.5 kilos conservative route is probably going to work out better in your end than trying to go for the 5 kilos.
There's a
But in
little bit of
Simon's
a
case, it
fight.
works out, yeah.
But yeah, he made that 5 kilo jump and walks away with a 105 bench press.
And Brooke taking I'd call it a fairly more aggressive approach, taking a 7.5 kilo jump in the bench press, looking to put on a really, really good performance here if she's able to hit this bench. I mean, in and of itself, she's already done such a great job in benching 100 kilos, 220 pounds.
Yeah, you know, this is 237 pounds that she's attempting for this third attempt.
So our spotters and loaders just double checking that the appropriate weight is on the bar. There might have been, I think, a typo in the attempt selection. It looked like 107 was loaded, but in reality, she wanted 102.5, which is 226 pounds.
We got that cleared up and got that loaded up on the bar for her. 226 pounds. Let's see, can she press it? Oh, yeah. It looked like she was a little bit faster bringing that bar to the chest, where in that second attempt, she looked like she was hovering it a little bit, a lot more smoother on the way down. So she spent a little bit less time controlling that bar, and that third attempt moved almost better than that second attempt did.
I mean, we already see that 225, benching that at a commercial gym, it already turned some heads. Now imagine seeing Brooke benching just 225 very casually.
All right, closing out the flight is Gabriel with 112.5 kilos, 248 pounds. Come on. A really good push for that third attempt. That's a good lift. All right, we are jumping straight into flight B with Riley opening us up at 100 kilos.
Very easy attempt. Gets a 2-1, a no lift. Red cards from the side. So that could be for a variety of reasons. The side referees got caught wind of that. So it could either be from his feet or heels coming up off the ground, or his butt coming up off the bench. So
Looks like I saw a little bit of movement in the hips there. So it could have been the glutes coming off the pad. It looks like he went straight to that referee to figure out what went wrong, which is exactly what you should be doing as an athlete. Ethan is opening up at 102.5, and it looks like Riley knows what he needs to fix. He decided to go up on his second attempt, up to 105. Just like an opener should look like. Ethan hits 102.5. It's a good lift.
And I know, Katie, you're going to really like this topic, but we just saw in Ethan how he was wearing the matching A7 shirt, singlet, and socks. But let's just talk a little bit about how powerlifting kind of brings out the personality in you, right? So, I mean, I think thinking about the way A7 or some of these brands have really appealed in building custom products and just all the different colorways for athletes. I mean, how do you go about like putting on your meat fits together and just kind of showcasing your personality on the platform?
Yeah, of course. You know, like you said, first of all, big shout out to A7, one of our sponsors, for putting these products together that do really allow an athlete to show that, you know, I'm someone who, when I do compete, I'm obviously there taking the meet seriously, but I've always been someone who really does care about putting, you know, a good looking outfit together. So I like to buy, you know, like the full meet kits. He had that full green meet outfit on there. As a girl myself, I like to do my hair, put some matching hair clips in. So something like that really does just show that lifter's personality and how you can really bring your own personality, whether it's your favorite color, bringing some femininity into powerlifting. So it's really cool that brands allow these lifters to do that. And I do want to point out, Michael unfortunately did not receive a squat, but he is continuing on to bench and hopefully deadlift today. So he won't be able to post a total, but show some really good sportsmanship to come back out, still continue on in the meet. You're still here, you still paid for it, and you did the work, so you might as well continue on and hit some numbers, even if they're not going to stick.
Yeah, and there's something to be said about still coming out, right? I mean, typically we sometimes see lifters who just kind of go home after bombing out from a competition, but that's not the case for Michael. Michael still is having that sportsmanship, right? Competing with his fellow teammates, since he is a lifter out of 5W, so he is competing with them and really just trying to see how much of a total can I put up with my bench and my deadlift, since he did put in the work, and he's gonna showcase that here.
Jack is opening just 5 kilos under his best bench. And it looked like he has some room in there to hit a nice bench PR today. Oh, but unfortunately, that was a no lift. 2 yellows from the side. Like we were saying before, this could have been a couple different things. Likely, it could have been his butt coming off the pad. His feet could have come up. There's a lot of different things that these side refs are looking for that's a little hard to tell just from this front live stream camera. And Ethan is opting to get a lift off from our spotting and loading team. So, Kevin, why do some lifters choose to either get a lift off or self lift off?
Yeah, it really comes down to personal preference. I personally do a self unrack, and oftentimes when lifters want the head spotter or their coach or during training or somebody to give them a lift off, that usually conserves a lot of energy. It helps you not have to take the full weight off of the rack and allow you to really get into that position without having to bear the load of moving the bar from the rack into the upright position. The only reason as to why a lifter might want to do a self-unrack might be just for the consistency aspect of not having to rely on somebody you haven't really trained with, like a spotter or loader, to give you that unrack and just not risk throwing in any unwanted variables in your bench press. So it really comes down to personal preference, but we saw here Tony is executing with 125 kilos, and it worked out well for him. And what about you, Katie? How do you go about an unrack? Do you like somebody to give you a handoff?
I actually have not as of recently. I used to be someone who I felt like I couldn't unrack heavyweight myself, but I learned how to really wedge myself under that bar and to pull it out past the rack, since I have like a lower touch point kind of towards my ribs. But it is something that I've grown to really like, both the consistency of it and also just feeling that weight in my hands. I think really helps me kind of judge how that lift is really going to move. I think sometimes if you can't really exactly get down how that spotter is going to lift it off for you, it can kind of like lift it up and then set a lot more weight in your hands.
Or like when they drop that weight, right? Yeah, so it comes down to the repeatability, and that's one thing that I think we want to highlight when it comes to competition, right? Oftentimes, you see inexperienced lifters try to change up so many different things on competition days, from their rehab or from their recomp nutrition after weigh-in, or just simply their warm-up routine or the attempts they're taking in the warm-up room. That's not what you want to do, right? So what is it that you want to do when it comes to training and kind of your circumstances or variables, like not changing up how you warm up or not changing up things on competition day than how you train?
Exactly, yeah. So some of that comes down to replicating that platform in your training area. So a lot of people will choose to try to only go to a powerlifting specific gym so that they can train on maybe this exact Eleiko rack that we're seeing today, training on these bars, training with kilo plates. And then when you do get to the warm up room and you do get to the platform, it doesn't feel so foreign. You know exactly what to expect.
And the mindset really is treating the competition like any other day in training, right? Like you come in, day out, and train. And I think that's sort of the mindset you have to adopt here, and not letting those nerves get to you, not letting the competition environment throw you off, and really treating it like a lot of coaches say, like another day in the office.
Exactly. You know, there's a lot of people, they want, if they, especially if they're consistently doing, say, SBD days every week in their training, they walk into this meet day and they just say, you know what, it's just another SBD day.
Exactly.
I'm just hitting a squat, bench, and deadlift, and then I'm walking out. I do this every single week. Really does take some of the nerves out and increases that predictability of the day. Mitchell has a little bit of a sticky second attempt, but he pushes through and gets a good lift.
Another attempt here with 110 kilos for Ethan.
You know, like we were talking about, he's got that outfit down to the T, down to the socks. Looked like he was a little bit bouncy on the chest there, which is why it looked like he
Had a bit of a delayed press command, it looked like, as well. It just looked off-centered. So he got one red light from one of the side referees.
2-to-1 is still a good lift for him, though, and he will be able to increase that weight for his third attempt. Oliver, our sub-junior lifter, is attempting 115 kilos for his second attempt.
And we get 3 white lights there for Oliver. And now Jack, he missed his opening attempt of 110 kilos and still elected to go up an additional 5 to 115 kilos. So let's see how this fares out for him.
And this was another one of those where it moved very well. He just got those 2 reds from the side referees. Hopefully he figured out what went wrong and knows what he needs to fix for this.
So we're hearing the press command here in the commentary booth from our referees, and if you notice, the bar took a while to settle on his chest, and that's the reason as to why he actually received a longer press command and hold on the chest than anticipated, right? So talk about a little bit about the difference in expectation of command you'll receive when somebody is kind of dumping the bar on their chest and is settling versus somebody who has a really very light touch on the chest.
Yeah, so, you know, there's a lot of different ways you can bench. Like you're saying, you can really sink that bar down into you, or you can have a really soft touch. It's all going to be different for the lifters, but one of the pros and cons of each is that head ref is waiting for the bar to be stable on the chest. They're not waiting for you to touch your chest. They're not waiting for 2 seconds, 1 second, half a second. You know, they're waiting for that bar to be stable. So a lot of times when you have a really soft touch and you have it controlled down to the chest, it's going to be stable as soon as you touch the chest for a lot of these lifters. And a lot of head refs, you know, as a ref myself, if you see a very controlled bench down, you can kind of anticipate that it's going to be steady by the time it touches the chest. But if someone is really sinking into the chest, even though it's touching, it's still moving downwards and it's still bouncing around a little bit. So you do have to wait for that to settle a little bit to make everything consistent across. So as you can see, Ethan Unfortunately, that was a no lift, but I think that was a good demonstration of he had a little bit more control and he got a little bit faster of a press command there because of his technique. Now, Keegan, he missed his first attempt of 132.5. He got 3 reds, 2 of them were yellows, and 1 of them was a blue card. And I think it was a good call. He opted to go ahead and retake this for his second attempt. We'll see how this moves, and we'll see if he was able to clean up whatever that mistake was there.
So again, Keegan kind of with interesting style in the bench press there. So it's almost like he's overly tight in the bench press that as soon as that bar comes down on the chest, that bar almost wants to come up. So there was that bar kind of coming up and down, dancing on his chest a little bit. That's as to why he got that little bit of a delayed press command.
Yeah, and that's not exactly jumping the press command, but it looked like he wanted to, There's a lot of lifters that internally, whether they tried to or not, time that press command. But it looked like he wanted to press that a little bit earlier, so good thing that he didn't. But because it was bouncing around a little bit, that's why he got a little bit longer of a press command there. Now, Tony's opener of 125 flew. He made that big jump up to 135. And it's a very controlled and very smooth second attempt from him as well.
Good work there from him on his end. And now we're on to our first 300-pound bench press attempt. Gaetano taking 137.5 kilos. This is 303 pounds.
He locked it out. We'll see what the refs say.
Yeah, and I think we might have seen that from that angle too, that his butt came up off the bench. So our 2 side referees were very keen in catching that. And I think one of our referees, Troy, on the right side, actually was signaling to the lifter as to why he got that infraction. It was his butt has to remain in contact with the bench throughout the entirety of the lift. So that's something a lot of lifters tend to miss as soon as the weight gets heavier. Kind of that overuse of leg drive makes that butt and hips rise up off the bench.
All right, and starting us off for our third attempts of bench for this flight is Mitchell with 115 kilos. A little bit too much for him today.
We got another go here with 115 kilos. The weight stays the same for Ethan.
Ethan is having a good day so far. One of the few lifters in this flight to be going 5 for 5 so far, looking to make that 6 for 6, which is exactly how you want to head into deadlifts. Oh, that is a perfect third attempt bench grind there. 3 white lights.
That is a very good attempt there. And I think there's something special about going 6 for 6 leading into deadlifts. Talk a little bit about like the mindset of going 6 for 6 versus having a few missed lifts going into deadlifts, or like kind of just the consistency aspect of it.
Yeah, especially for deadlifts, like it's so high energy. It takes so much effort. You really need, like, the mindset is such a big part of that. It's such a good feeling knowing that you are in the best position possible, whatever your goal is. If you're just trying to hit PRs, go for placing, anything like that, 6 for 6 is the best position you could possibly be in. So it is definitely a good feeling from here on out.
Yeah, and then just the momentum that carries over, knowing that like I've performed previously in my 3 squats and my 3 benches that, I mean, anything that's loaded on the bar, you have that confidence knowing that you can hit it.
Yeah, and it does give you a lot more confidence in, say, your game plan from your coach. If they hit that squat and bench on the money right there, makes you feel a little bit better about the number that they have picked for that deadlift attempt.
And a very good showcasing of that here with Oliver going 6 for 6 in the bench press and squat, closing out his bench press session with 120 kilos. So both Ethan and Oliver in this flight are going 6 for 6, and that's one thing you really, really want to see both as a athlete, competitor, and spectator.
All right, Jack has 120 for his 3rd bench attempt. Getting a little bit settle on the chest, but got that press command and locked it out.
And he gets 3 white lights. Good attempt there for Jack. We got some support for Michael in the chat.
125 kilos for his 3rd bench attempt here. It's 275 pounds. Oh, a little bit too much for him. Still has that 117.5 from the 2nd attempt.
And again, still demonstrating that good sportsmanship in coming out and still taking his attempts, competing with the rest of the athletes, and still trying to showcase all of his efforts from prep.
Oh, that is a great grind
What a
there.
good recovery for Ethan.
Not to mention the fact that he missed that on strength
Yeah.
for his 2nd attempt.
I think that's probably one of the harder comebacks to make if you miss a second on strength and still manage to get your 3rd, right? Because normally you think, okay, I miss it on strength, I'm kind of gassed out. But to come back and hit it, there's something that needs to be said with both the mindset adjustment and the execution part of it.
Exactly, and I think if there is one lift to do it on, bench is definitely the best one too, because it's such a technical lift that you really could have had something go wrong in that 2nd attempt. You know what you need to fix to make it a little bit better, and that 2nd attempt probably didn't gas you out as much as, say, grinding out a squat or a deadlift could have. Oh, so he locked that out. We'll see with the side refs. Yeah, his butt did come up again. We did see that on the live stream here as well. It's still a mental win for him, I'm sure, locking that out twice after a little bit of a grind. But as you can see there, popped up just a little bit as he was coming off the chest. All right, guys, we are in that 140 kilo range. Once again, 308 pounds, not quite that 315 pound mark, but this is 3 plates in terms of the 20 kilo plates that we use here in powerlifting. 308 pounds. Come on, Keegan.
And I just want to highlight the progress made meet to meet. Keegan's previous best coming into the competition was 120 kilos, and he just smoked 140. So that is about a 20 kilo increase, 44 pounds improved on his bench. That's not something you see every day.
All right, we are now at 314 pounds, 142.5 kilos for Tony.
And for those of you watching from home, this is our equivalent of a 3-plate bench, 314 pounds. So this is 3 commercial gym plates. So I'm pretty sure that's going to be turning a lot of heads at any gym.
Come on. Oh, wow.
Two to one, a no
Yeah,
lift.
I did see it was a blue card from the center ref, which I believe it could have been downward motion or soft lockout with the elbow. I think that left elbow looked a little bit soft in that lockout, which that is one of the rules in the bench press. You do need to make sure that your elbows are fully locked out in that start and ending position. Very unfortunate way to end the bench press for him, but he did mentally lock it out. Once again, personal PR, but not quite meet PR. We're on to our last flight of lifters for bench press today. 90 kilos is our opening attempt from Brian. Oh, once again, jumping that rack command, just walked it out easily, but went straight back for those racks. So once again, he recovered from that very nicely on squat. So hopefully he can do that on bench as well. Jumped back up to 115 kilos for an opening attempt.
Very easy attempt there. 150 kilos comes easy.
Adding a chip onto that bar up to 117.5. This is 10 kilos under Mario's best bench.
Very easy attempt there.
Very easy attempt for Mario, 117.5.
Gavin Workman coming up next, 264 pounds.
Once again, this is what he was squatting as well. Very interesting to watch someone squat, bench, and deadlift the same weight, but clearly this is still a very strong bench for him. We'll see if he moves this just as easily as he did it for his squat. Oh, wow.
And it looks like he just kind of blasted that weight off of his chest. And yeah, he knew what happened. He drove that bar straight into the rack. And
He also
unfortunately,
released his grip as well.
yeah, so a couple key things there technically that he got called on. So he racked the bar early, and your hands have to remain in contact with the bar throughout the entire lift. So he didn't receive the rack command before he released his fingers from his grip.
It looked like his head almost came up off that pad as well, which is another rule that the IPF has that some other federations don't, is that the head must remain in contact with the bench pad. No question about bench depth for Jasper here.
Yeah, a bit of a more narrower grip there, so he's going to have a bit of a longer range of motion, but that seems to be not a problem for Jasper. And I just want to kind of highlight something that Katie just showed me. Gavin Workman missed his opening attempt of 120 kilos. And what did he go up to for his second attempt?
He went up to 150 kilos for that second attempt.
Talk about a 66-pound jump from opener to second on the bench press. That is a very easy attempt. Probably one of the fastest opening attempts we've seen this session thus far. And now we are moving along into our 314-pound range for Johnny Cruz. 3 more benches left to go for our opening session.
So again, we're already into that 315-pound territory on these opening bench presses. Very excited to see what these guys are going to be pressing by the end of third attempts. Got one red from the center ref there for a yellow card. All right, Benny is up with 147.5 opening attempt.
Smooth bench there for Benny. He's also one of the benchers that kind of sinks it deep into his chest, but that seems to be working out well for him.
Yes, and we're making a pretty large jump up to our last opening bench for Carlos. 175 kilo opener. So this is 385 pounds for him.
So I saw earlier in the chat we have some Carlos fans out there. So our heaviest bench press of the day thus far, just shy of 400 pounds.
And hitting the heaviest bench of the day on an opening attempt. And he makes it look like nothing.
Yeah, expect to see over 400 pounds for him today. Again, like we saw in the earlier case with Brian, he missed his opening attempt for both squat and bench press, but still opted to go up an additional 5 kilos in the case for bench press. So he knows what he needs to fix. Just listen to those commands, but definitely not a strength issue. So he's still covering some ground, which I think is a wise attempt.
And we're going to take a quick look at these forecasted top 10 for the men. This is based off of their good lift points if they were to achieve the bench presses that they have inputted and the deadlifts opening attempts. So we have Keegan in number 1 with 85 kilos, Christian with 77, Gaetana at 75, and Carlos at 74, followed very closely by Jasper. And it looks like, unfortunately, Brian did not get his second attempt either.
So he did hold it out a little bit better than his opening attempt, but unfortunately he did drive that bench press into the rack. So unfortunately that'll count as jumping the rack command.
Mario makes very easy work of 122.5 for his second attempt.
2-1, still gets that lift.
$125 kilos on the bar now. This is 275 pounds.
Smooth attempt there for Yuka Jack. 3 white lights. Jasper coming up next, going over 314 pounds, 142.5. And again, Jasper's one of those frequent competitors, competed a total of 5 times in 2025, and his kicking off his season this year with the 5W Midwest Open Showdown.
Grinds out that second attempt.
3 white lights. I'm not sure if you kind of caught that, but it looked like after you received that press command, he kind of still took a second to kind of regain tightness and press that bar back out to the lockout.
I think I saw that as well. All right, we are up to 150 kilos. This is 330 pounds. Oh, wow. You blink and you miss that one.
Yeah, I
But
think
he did
yeah,
jump the rack, man.
yeah, I did see that too. So after, again, it's one of those things where if the weight moves so fast, sometimes it might be really hard to control that weight. I mean, to move 150 that with the way he did, that's still impressive, but it looks like he's just gonna have to make that technical adjustment for the third.
Right, and now Gavin, he missed his first attempt. It flew, but he wrapped it a little too early, opened up his grip, and decided to go up to 150 kilos. This is still 15 under his best bench, so I assume that we're going to watch this move pretty fast as well. Oh, yeah.
So even after a 30-kilo jump, we have yet to see Gavin struggle with any of his lifts.
And he has officially already benched more than he squatted for us today.
Johnny Cruz also taking 150 kilos. This is 330 pounds. Smooth attempt there for Johnny.
Yeah, unfortunately, I do agree with those refs. I don't believe he hit bench depth. So, like Kevin was telling us earlier, the bottom of the elbow needs to go below that kind of center of the shoulder joint that we see.
It's a bit difficult to tell, but I think in bench presses like that, where you see a very minimal amount of elbow bend, I mean, it's almost obvious, if you want to call it that, where the lifter did not break that plane.
All right, 157 kilos for Benny's second attempt.
Very good attempt there for Benny. 3 white lights, and now we are already surpassing the 400-pound mark with Carlos Mata, going up to 185 kilos.
You called it. You said we were going to see over 400 pounds from him today, and we are seeing it on this second attempt.
I mean, not that many people can squat or deadlift for over 400 pounds. Now imagine holding it in your hands and bench pressing it off your chest.
Right, he made that first attempt look more than easy. See how he moves the second attempt. Very controlled down to the chest and presses it up with ease.
That's a very, very good attempt there for Carlos, and he gets 3 white lights. So a similar situation like we saw in the squat session, Brian is faced up with a challenge here. He needs to secure a good lift in this attempt in order to continue on with the competition and post a total. Again, he jumped the command both times in his opener and second, and needs to adhere to those commands in this third attempt in order to be successful.
All right, let's go, Brian. Hold it.
And I think he got that one.
And that is a good lift. He did secure a bench and can continue on and get a total if he posts a deadlift.
I think that there's that big sigh of relief of hitting that final attempt, knowing that, okay, oh my gosh, it was just a technical failure, but you're still walking away with a good lift and going into deadlifts ready to showcase that.
And Brian sets a good tone for the third bench attempts for this flight. Mario has 127.5 for his third right now.
A good attempt there for Mario. 3 white lights. And again, a lifter that is ending his, or going about his competition going 6 for 6. So building quality momentum as he heads into the deadlift session.
Right, 286 pounds. That is 130 kilos on this bar right now. Come on. It's just a little bit too much for him, but he did walk away with that 125 kilo second attempt. Bar is loaded with 150 kilos.
And if successful with this weight, this will actually be a 2.5 kilo PR for Jasper, who's coming into this competition with a 147.5 bench press and attempting 150.
And now, his second attempt did look like a bit of a grind, and he opted to go up 15 pounds from there. So we'll see if maybe he knew why it moved a little bit slower and he can still add on this extra bench PR today. Come on.
Unfortunately, that bar started to go down, and it looks like Jasper ran out of gas and had no more room left in the tank, but still walks away with 142.5, which is just 5 kilos below his all-time best. But he still went 3 for 3 in the squat, so overall, still a really good performance. Now, Johnny Cruz missed his second attempt bench press for elbow depth. He got called on all 3 sides for a depth call, so he still went up 2.5 kilos. And let's see how he fares with this weight.
I think it looked a little bit lower than the second attempt. We'll see what the refs say. Unfortunately, that is still a no lift.
And again, that is a unanimous 3 red lights call for Johnny, and that seems to be a repeating issue. He competed last time in August and also got called on all 3 of his attempts for bench steps. So that's gonna have to be something that they address pretty urgently in his training moving forward if he wants to not get called for that in the future.
All right, we have 160 kilos for Christian's third bench attempt. Hopefully he can break this unfortunate streak of missed thirds for us. Oh, wow.
And you really called that there. Christian, really good attempt with 160.
And that was after a missed 152nd attempt. That was one that I believe he racked it a little bit too early.
That looks like opener weight with how fast that moved.
All right, upping the bar by 5 pounds for Benny, 162.5 kilos.
Unfortunately, just a little bit too much for Benny, unable to secure that last lift, but still walks away going 5 for 6 as he moves into the deadlift. Now, with 2 lifts left to go, we got Gavin Workman, who is, honestly, I'm really a fan of what we're seeing from him today. Just taking a 30-kilo jump from opener to second to now taking a 20-kilo jump from second to third.
He is definitely keeping us on our toes today. 170 kilos for his third bench attempt.
I mean, talk about covering a ground of over 100 pounds from opener to third attempt.
And he hits it with ease.
I'd hardly call that a struggle. I think that was very easy for him.
And just want to point out that weight change clock down there. Our spotters and loaders are moving fast, upping the bar to 192.5 kilos. This is 424 pounds for Carlos.
I mean, he not only broke past the 400-pound mark, he's 4 1/4 in that weight range. So that is really incredible stuff. I mean, you don't get to see this every single day at a powerlifting meet.
You know, talk about having a strong bench. No one else in this session even benched more than his opener weight. And he is destroying them with his third right now. Oh, wow.
And I'll make the call here now. I think Carlos is going to be one of those lifters that's going to hang around with lifters in the primetime session, at least in the bench press, being one of the heavier bench presses that we'll probably see across both sessions today. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the bench press portion of the session 1 lift for today's session. So we'll just recap a little bit of what we saw for the top 10 men's here. So now that we're getting a little bit more input and we're kind of being able to accumulate these subtotals for the lifters, we have Christian in the first place position with a 51.5 GL points, followed by Carlos with a 50.42. So a really tight spread there, just about a 1 GL point. And then rounding out that third place, we have Keegan with a 50.26. I mean, talk about a close race here. I mean, 51.5 to 50.26, right? That's just a little bit over a 1-point spread. And then in the rounding out the top 5, we have Jasper followed by Gaetano rounding out those. So, I mean, these races are really close to one another. So it's anyone's game now on who can kind of take that top podium position.
Yeah, and like we talked about before, Brooke, this is her first meet here today. She has a very strong subtotal of 272.5 with a current GL points of 49.83. Really is a U versus U today, but I think that she's going to hold her ground going into that open primetime session later today.
I think for the most part, a lot of these athletes are really excited to be here in going into the deadlift portion. A lot of these athletes who are still competing in the meet, they're really going to be in it for trying to put up the highest possible total, the highest possible GL points, and then just seeing how they fend off with all the people that are going to be competing in primetime. So very exciting stuff. We have a 10-minute intermission now while our platform gets ready for the deadlift, and we'll see you all back in 10 minutes for the deadlifts.
I'm here with my guy, Brian. He's a sales director for Math Science. We've been working together for what, 2 years?
2 years and counting.
2 years and counting.
Let's go.
This is, I believe it's a hoodie.
Hoodie.
So Brian, why don't you tell the audience what makes this hoodie special?
It's just heavier. Right now, everyone's trying to get heavier, more premium options. So there's different price points. We looked at, hey, here's a regular hoodie. Here's one that's a little bit better, which you've used in the past.
Yeah.
And then this is a brand new one that it's like, hey, this is way more fashion forward.
Yeah.
It's heavier. It feels really good. And everyone that we've shown it to absolutely loves it.
I agree, man.
Yeah.
This looks super modernized. And right now it's getting cold and cold in Chicago. So
Yeah.
I'm sure it's definitely
So
the hoodie to go.
It's a little bit oversized. You can see like drop shoulders. There's no drawstrings, so it's more like urban, more fashion forward. Raglan sleeves, and then it's French terry on the inside.
Yeah.
So it just has really good weight to it. Let's look at the shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure, right here.
Same thing with the shirt. This is a heavier option. There's like a standard option. You've used other brands in the past. You've used this one a lot too.
Yeah, I've used this one a lot, yeah.
This is a heavier option, oversized, drop shoulders, slightly cropped. Again, this is probably like our #1 shirt when people want, hey, I want a fashion forward shirt. I want to spend a little bit more money. This is the way to go. And
Yeah.
then you guys tag them on the inside, so private
Yep.
label tags. Yeah, and
Yeah.
then that's this year's design.
Yeah, horse shirt.
Yeah.
We'll be dropping this in January most likely. But for now, just appreciate you again.
Yeah.
That's good, man.
Yeah.
That's good. I'm happy, man. Thank
Let's
you.
go.
Thank you. Thank you.
Pursuit. It looks different for all of us, but underneath, it's the same. The same silence, the same struggle, the same choice. You wake up with it. You feel it when you're alone. And when it's hard to keep going, you do it anyway. It's not about the destination. It's about who you become in order to get there. And some of us found in the gym, some on the road, some under the bar, or behind the bag. But what we're really chasing is something internal. A version of ourselves that holds under pressure, earned through repetition. It's not loud. There's no celebration. Just small moments, repeated and earned. You don't have to get it. Not everyone does. But if you do, you know what it means to keep showing up. Hour after hour, when no one is watching. And that's the pursuit.
Fear. Fear is rooted in doubt. Doubt in myself. Am I strong enough to endure this? Do I have the unshaken will to walk the path I've chosen? The moment I doubt my will, fear creeps in, trying to conquer me, to enslave me. Doubt must be slain, and with it, fear. My will must then be shaken. Doubtless. No fear.
I'm here with my guy Brian. He's a sales director for Mass Science. We've been working together for what? 2 years?
2 years and counting.
2 years and counting.
Let's go.
This is, I believe, it's a hoodie.
Hoodie.
So Brian, why don't you tell the audience what makes this hoodie special?
It's just heavier. Right now, everyone's trying to get heavier, more premium options. So there's different price points. We looked at, hey, here's a regular hoodie. Here's one that's a little bit better, which you've used in the past.
Yeah.
And then this is a brand new one that it's like, hey, this is way more fashion forward.
Yeah.
It's heavier. It feels really good. And everyone that we've shown it to absolutely loves it.
I agree, man.
Yeah.
This looks super modernized. And right now it's getting colder and colder in Chicago. So
Yeah.
I'm sure it's definitely
So
the hoodie to go.
It's a little bit oversized. You can see like drop shoulders. There's no drawstrings, so it's more like urban, more fashion forward. Raglan sleeves, and then it's French terry on the inside.
Yeah.
So it just has really good weight to it. And let's look at the shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure, right here.
Same thing with the shirt. This is a heavier option. There's like a standard option. You've used other brands in the past. You've used this one a lot too.
Yeah, I've used this one a lot, yeah.
This is a heavier option, oversized, drop shoulders, slightly cropped. Again, this is probably like our #1 shirt when people want, hey, I want a fashion forward shirt. I want to spend a little bit more money. This is the way to go. And
Yeah.
then you guys tag them on the inside, so private
Yep.
label tags. Yeah. And
Yeah.
then that's this year's design.
Yeah, horse shirt.
Yeah.
We'll be dropping this in January most likely. But for now, just Appreciate you again.
Yeah.
That's good, man.
Yeah.
That's good. I'm happy, man. Thank you.
Let's go.
Thank you. Thank you.
Pursuit. It looks different for all of us, but underneath, it's the same. The same silence, the same struggle, the same choice. You wake up with it. You feel it when you're alone. And when it's hard to keep going, you do it anyway. It's not about the destination. It's about who you become in order to get there. And some of us found in the gym, some on the road, some under the bar, or behind the bag. But what we're really chasing is something internal. A version of ourselves that holds under pressure, earned through repetition. It's not loud. There's no celebration. Just small moments, repeated and earned. You don't have to get it. Not everyone does. But if you do, you know what it means to keep showing up. Hour after hour, when no one is watching. And that's the pursuit.
Fear. Fear is rooted in doubt. Doubt in myself. Am I strong enough to endure this? Do I have the unshaken will to walk the path I've chosen? The moment I doubt my will, fear creeps in, trying to conquer me, to enslave me. Doubt must be slain, and with it, fear. My will must then be shaken. Doubtless. No fear.
I'm here with my guy Brian. He's a sales director for Mass Science.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are getting ready to start the deadlift portion of the the first session of the 5W Midwest Open Showdown. We had some pretty amazing squats and bench presses being showcased today just before our primetime session gets underway later this afternoon. So we are going to kick off the deadlift session with Julian Espinoza taking us up to 127.5 kilos for his opening deadlift.
And Julian was one of those lifters that we saw him take that token squat of 25 kilos, just a bar and collars. He did come out to bench press and is back out to deadlift as well. And now we've been talking a little bit before about the commands that these lifters need to follow and some of the common disqualifications. So Kevin, what does that look like exactly for deadlifts?
I personally really like that lift, and it's also one of the easiest lifts for just anybody to do, but also when it comes to competition, you only have one command, and that is the down command. So once the bar is called loaded, and you walk up to the bar, as we see here with Julian, he is going to, at will, with no command, just deadlift that bar up. And we see here, he's getting ready, getting set up. Deadlifts that bar up, and then our chief referee gives him that down command. And after he receives that down command, he can lower the bar back down onto the platform, and he will then receive his decision from the referee. So a fairly straightforward lift, and honestly, it's very exciting because once we actually get down to the third attempts, we see people jogging for position, hitting those PRs, and excitement really fills up the room.
All right, and Brooke hits her opening attempt of 140 kilos with ease. I am very excited to see what she is going to be pulling by the end of attempts today.
I mean, she is coming into the deadlift session with so much momentum, going 6 for 6, hitting her 3 squats and 3 bench press attempts.
And deadlift is by far, one of the easiest lifts. Not only is it the easiest lift to ref, as in there's a lot less that could disqualify a lift. There's a lot less commands. It's definitely one of the easiest ones to do, like Kevin was saying. There's a lot less smaller things that could disqualify your lift, such as depth on squat and bench. You just gotta walk up and pull that bar up.
Very controlled down this descent onto the bar, though you don't have to control the bar in its entirety on the way down. I mean, I think it does show a little bit of strength there in being able to just kind of have full command over the weight.
Yeah, so the rule that lifters do need to follow is making sure that they maintain a controlled grip on the bar on the way down. They cannot simply drop the weight out of their hands. So it looks like Matthew definitely controlled that weight on the way down just to give no room for any question there. But normally we see lifters, they still let the weight pull them down, but they just need to maintain that grip on there, exactly like Diego just demonstrated for us.
Katie, and I'm very curious, what is that white powder stuff that people have on their legs, right? We know very commonly that people use chalk in their hands in order to grip the bar, but what is that we see on these lifters' legs?
Yeah, so there definitely is a different powder. That is not chalk that people are putting on their thighs, but it's actually baby powder. As you're putting that bar up, especially when we see some of these hard third deadlift attempts, we're going to see that bar slow down on those thighs. And you really want to get rid of a lot of the friction of the bar sticking to your thighs, whether it's from, sweat getting stuck on your singlets. So it's very common to use baby powder on that bar now to really just smooth up that bar traveling over the thighs to lock it out with ease.
And also because of the friction that is created with the bar dragging up against the legs, deadlift also require lifters to wear deadlift socks, which are knee-high socks, and prevent that lifter from brushing up against the shins. And it's more of a hygiene thing, preventing any blood or any sort of skin getting onto the bar as lifters kind of go back to back.
Yeah, and depending on how each lifter pulls, the bar may not even make contact with the shins. Sometimes it does. And we're watching Greg pull right now, and he's actually opting to go ahead and pull with knee sleeves on. It's not all that common, but it is allowed. Any equipment that you're allowed on one lift, you're allowed on all three. Let's see, it looked like Greg pulled the weight up.
So he gets 2 white lights from the side and gets 1 red light from the front. So that could be for a variety of things, but it didn't look like that lift was quite locked out, or there might have been some hitching or that bar being supported on the thigh. So I'm not exactly sure what that referee saw, but nonetheless, he still gets a good lift and he's on the board.
very easy opening attempt for Simon. And our last opening attempt is from Andreas. He's opening up with 180 kilos, just shy of 400 pounds.
He gets 3 white lights, and we see a very calm setup by Andres. So now we are back to the top of the order. Julian will now kick us off with a 10-kilo jump, going up to 137.5 kilos, 303 pounds.
And as you can see, those spotters and motors are keeping that bar clean for all those lifters, as every lifter pretty much is using baby powder and chalk. They can get a lot of buildup on that bar, actually. So we want to make sure that each lifter has a good experience using a clean bar. That was a good second attempt from Julian. On a good streak so far. Everyone got their bench opener, which is the first time so far in this session that everyone hit an opener for a lift. But that is a lot more common in deadlifts.
I think just the simplicity of the movement of standing up with the weight and only it being one command allows it so that lifters can execute much more consistently than squats or bench. But it's a good sight to see when everybody's on the board, knowing well that everybody's going to be increasing their attempts and actually seeing what they're capable of hitting today without any misses in the board.
Another very controlled descent by Matthew, but that is a good and clean second attempt. Brooke has opted to jump up 20 kilos or 44 pounds up to 160 for her second attempt. I actually heard her saying she is a track and field athlete and this is her first meet, looking to possibly get started in powerlifting now, which she seems to be dominating in.
I think you got a bright future ahead of yourself if you do your first powerlifting meet and you manage to go 6 for 6, 8 for 8 like Brooke is now, and the possibility to go 9 for 9 for your first meet. That is incredible.
You know, we've already seen Brooke, after that second deadlift attempt, she's already almost in the 80s for her IPF points, which after a second attempt deadlift, and especially for your first meet, is a very, very respectable number. So unfortunately, he did drop that bar before he got the down command.
So one of the things lifters have to be keep in mind is demonstrating full control of the bar, not just as they receive the down command, but also when they lower the bar. So releasing the bar prior to the plates actually hitting the platform will be a no lift. So lifters have to demonstrate control throughout the entirety of the lift.
Juan has 177.5 for his second attempt. Very nice attempt from him. The crowd is going wild. We're already in that 400-pound mark for Gabriel, 182.5 kilos. And this is where we start to see how that baby powder really does help. Gets a little bit sticky as he locks out, but that baby powder helps it be a smooth and easier lockout.
Andres Garcia here, taking only a 5-kilo jump, which I think is a good call. I mean, 180 didn't look as ideal as an opener should look like, but I think going up 5 kilos really helps you predict on what you're capable of hitting for your third attempt.
It's really emphasizing that hinge back as he reaches down to the bar. And he gets a good lift there. Like Kevin said, this was definitely a good call.
So Greg's one of our deadlift-only competitors who is showing up now for the deadlift portion of the competition, taking a 10-kilo jump to 187.5. So he is now breaking past the 400-pound mark. This is 413 pounds. And again, as a reminder, Greg is lifting in the Masters 4 division, so he is 70 years of age lifting at this competition.
And he did get a 2-to-1 good lift on his first attempt, so hopefully he can make this second attempt even more undeniable to get all 3 white lights. This is 187.5 kilos.
Locks it out, gets a down command. Let's see what the referees say. 2-to-1, a good lift.
All right, closing out our second attempts on this fight. 200 kilos, 440 pounds for Simon Powell.
So we are moving very fast through these attempts. I mean, we're already finishing out our second rounds of squats. A 20-kilo jump by Simon. Yeah, so we all saw it there. He had a bit of a bobble at the top of the lift, so that bar did come down as he was locking out that movement, which is not allowed. That bar can only travel at one direction at a time. So we'll see it now in this replay. Look how that bar bobbles and dips as soon as he hits that lockout.
Yeah, so the bar needs to travel upwards from the moment he starts pulling on it until he locks out.
So third and final lift now for Julian, 145 kilos.
On. He grinded past that sticking point at the knees, locked it out.
And a good lift for Julian. Walks away going 3 for 3 in the deadlift. And for a first-time competitor, that's the best note you could possibly end it on.
All right, Anthony is coming back out for 165 for his third attempt.
That is a very easy attempt.
All right, we watched Diego drop his second attempt just a little bit early. Coming back out for the same weight for his third attempt, 170 kilos. 374 pounds for the 66-kilo lifter. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he made that adjustment, and it looks to be a good lift. Referees say 3 white lights.
We are up to 3 reds on that bar, 175 kilos. This is a decent sized deadlift PR for Matthew, with his best being only 162.5. It's like he's jamming to his third deadlift song that he got to pick out. Oh, yeah.
And a very good finish to his day. Not only does he secure a 12.5 kilo PR, but he actually went from competing in the 110 kilo class now to 90 kilos, dropping 20 kilos in about 9 months and getting stronger all while doing it.
All right, 175 kilos for Brooke. Oh. Great job to those spotters and loaders immediately rushing to her when they saw
look
her
at the
losing balance.
awareness of those spotters to not only keep her safe from preventing her from falling back, but also just keeping her balance. I mean, that just goes to show the level of quality spotting we have here today.
You know, going 8 for 9 with only missing your third deadlift at your first meet is an amazing accomplishment. She secured that 79.09 GL points at her first meet.
And where
432.5 total for her.
Yeah, and where are all the Juan fans in the chat? We got Juan coming up, third and final lift, 187.5 kilos. And a good lift for Juan. He goes 3 for 3 in the deadlift and walks away with 413 pounds as a third and final deadlift. Andres coming up for 190 kilos. This is for the 9 for 9 lift.
All right, come on, Andres. Looks like he locked it out. It looked like he was almost about to give out on his grip at the top, but he got it.
3 white lights, goes 9 for 9, and achieves a 5 kilo all-time best for his deadlift.
All right, 192.5 for Gabriel.
And what a way to grind out that last lift. 3 for 3. He goes 9 for 9.
That's got to be the best way you could possibly end this meet today.
I mean, I think as a first-time competitor, finishing out your competition going 9 for 9, that's probably the best outcome you could ever have.
I would have to agree. All right, we watched Simon bobble at the top of a 200-kilo deadlift. Slight downward motion as he was locking it out. Chose to still go up by 5 kilos or 10 pounds from here, up to 205. He just needs to keep that balance and keep pulling back to secure this deadlift. 205 kilos. Come on. And I think he secured that. Refs agreed. 3 white lights. Quite a comeback from that missed second attempt.
And the risk turns into a reward as Simon walks away 205. I mean, you throw this word around, but pretty ballsy attempt there, right? After having missed his second attempt, he picks up 25 kilos after going from 180 as his good attempt for the opener to 205. Well done, Simon.
All right, Jack starts us off strong with 160 kilos as his opening attempt. right, Michael's best deadlift is 205, and it looks like he could be in range of that with an 182.5 opening attempt.
Gets 3 white lights. And again, Michael, after having that, he's having a quite comeback now from having missed his squat attempts to now being able to kind of get on the board with bench and a deadlift opener.
Michael Oliver is having a good day so far. Has hit all 6 of his attempted lifts. 200 kilo squat deadlift opener. That is still a good lift for him, 2-1.
And a very fast opening attempt there for Ethan. 202.5 comes with ease. He gets 3 white lights.
Shout out to one of our sponsors right now, 110%. My co-commentator Kevin right now has been sipping on some 110 pre-workout while commentating.
Honestly, I'm getting a pretty nice kick out of it. I mean, it's the lemonade flavor, and I think it's a really good blend between, not necessarily, I personally don't like energy drinks all too much just because, I mean, I just don't really like them. They don't sit well with me. But I think this is a really good blend between trying to pre-workout, but also getting that energy drink aspect of it. So shout out 110 for always having the hydration and supplement needs for all of our athletes.
And on that topic, another shout out, another one of our sponsors, Element Hydration Sticks. Especially, you know, I had to get some training in yesterday. I'm always trying to make sure I have some extra electrolytes when I'm working at a meet all day like this. And so I love their products. I love their brand. I'm looking to hopefully buy some more recently. I think I ran out recently, actually.
Yeah, their hydration packets really do come in handy when it comes to travel or just getting some hydration when you need just some electrolytes when you're out and about.
All right, Tony is up, 215 kilo deadlift opener. He's got 20 seconds left on the clock to start that pull. All right, he's out on that platform, starting the pull with just about 10 seconds to spare.
And a very good attempt there, gets 3 white lights, and just a little bit of a difference in approach for the commands and the start for all the 3 lifts. So in the squat and bench press, the start of the lift comes with the command, both squat or start, but for deadlift, you have the 60-second timer to initiate your pull. So instead of receiving a command, your timer is only for you to actually start the lift.
Very nice opening at 10 from Gaetano. All right, Ethan is opening up just 20 kilos short of his best deadlift attempt of 240, starting us off at 220. And it looks like he has room in the tank for a PR today.
And Riley finally putting us over the 500-pound mark, 227.5 kilos. That infamous 501 that a lot of powerlifters chase. Moves it with ease, and he gets 3 white lights. And a big jump to our third, our last attempt here for our opening round, 250 kilos, 551 pounds.
Point out as well, we've got a junior lifter, a 19-year-old, closing out the fly, like we said, just on that very beginning edge of what qualifies you as a junior.
Very good attempt there. Again, with ease, he gets a 2-to-1, a red card infraction from the front. So that could be either just a lockout issue there. But, I mean, nonetheless, he can move that with ease. And another sigh of relief now with this second flight. We now see that everybody has successfully hit their opening deadlift, meaning everybody here is on the board and is able to take their planned attempts for their seconds.
Jack is covering quite a bit of distance as definitely one of the taller pullers. But he still hits 172.5 easily.
I really like to see Michael having that positive mindset. I mean, after bombing out on squat, that's the reality of it. I mean, he still is approaching these lifts with full intensity and excitement, right? He is excited to still be here and showcasing all of his efforts during preps. I mean, that's really the best attitude you want to have in competition, right? Have a short memories. Often a lot of the things that we say when it comes to competing, right? Not thinking about the previous attempts, but focusing on what you have ahead of you.
I could be wrong, but I think Ethan had a singlet change from his green singlet before.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I do remember that now you mention it. You know something about that.
I have also had a singlet change once or twice before. Gotta keep everyone on their toes.
Oliver gets that down command, and he gets 3 white lights. You love to see the consistency both here in this second flight with Ethan and Oliver, both going into the third round of deadlifts, going 8 for 8, not missing any attempts thus far. And now as we move into the 500-pound mark, we have Mitchell attempting 501, 227.5 kilos. And a good attempt there for Oliver. Manages some good work with 220 kilos. Gaetano up next, 232.5 kilos. 513 pounds.
Hopefully, you can have a little bit of a comeback and go 3 for 3 on deadlifts after having a couple mishaps on squat and bench.
And with that lockout, I think he'll get 3 white lights. And he does. Again, going 2 for 2 in the deadlift round. A comeback for him. Riley up next, 235 kilos.
A very clean second attempt.
One thing I also just want to showcase and highlight with the lifters in this session is the fact that they are lifting against people who have not even taken their openers yet. Some of these lifters in the deeper weight classes, like the men's 83s, 93s, and so on, they are competing against lifters who will be lifting as well in the afternoon primetime session. So these lifters, the goal is to put up the highest possible total they can to try to fend off any of the primetime lifters and try to just see how they stack up against those people. We're down to our last 2 lifters of this round. Tony up next, 245 kilos, taking a 30-kilo jump. This would match his competition best of 245. And a very solid attempt for Tony. You could tell that he's made some improvements in his training from having 245 be his previous competition best to smoking that as a second.
All right, and I don't want to jinx it, but if Keegan gets the second attempt of 265, we will have gone all of first and second attempts, all good lifts. And Keegan is just asking him to go ahead and give that bar a good scrub real quick.
Oftentimes, the chalking the hands after repeated use kind of gets caked into the knurling of the bar. So brushing that bar and removing all the excess chalk allows that lifter to really get a fine grip in between the knurling.
All right, come on, Keegan. Oh.
Unfortunately, just a little bit too much there. Didn't break off the ground, but...
And I don't remember his first attempt looking all that
It
hard.
moved fairly well. I mean, a 15-kilo jump is sizable, but, I mean, it doesn't seem like it would warrant the bar not breaking up off the ground. So he is retaking that weight, and hopefully he can come back and hit that for his third.
I think I might have jinxed that. $182.5 for a good third attempt from Jack. Starting us off on a good streak here. And that is a good lift.
Again, Michael just looking to compete against himself here. He is going for a 2.5-kilo competition best. Walking into this competition, 205 was his best deadlift. He is now attempting 207.5. Let's see it for Michael. Can he have the comeback?
Come on. Oh. So he did lock it out. There was a bit of downward motion. So unfortunately, that is going to be a no lift. But nonetheless, he still did lock it out. And the fact that he was carrying on after not getting a squat and not being able to post a total, unfortunately, the deadlift wouldn't have exactly counted anyway. So it's good that it's still a mental win. He still locked it out. I'm glad that he was able to continue on and still attempt all 9 lifts today.
Yeah, absolutely. And talk about the improvements we've seen in Oliver today. coming into the competition. 215 was his previous best, exceeded that on his second, and is now looking to crack into the 500-pound barrier with 501 loaded on the bar. We see the spotters and loaders getting that bar prepped and ready for him.
Bar is loaded. 501-pound deadlift for the sub-junior lifter. Oh, a little bit too much for him, but still a good attempt at it.
Still walks away with several PRs in all three lifts. And, I mean, for a sub-junior lifter to go 8 for 9, I mean, you really can't complain about that.
Not at all. All right, another 9 for 9 attempt day by Ethan. 230 kilos. Taking his time, getting set up. He knows he has that entire 60 seconds. Oh, yes. A little bit of an off-centered lockout on deadlift, but that is a good lift. 2 to 1.
I mean, he gets several things here. He gets the PR, he gets the 9 for 9, and he actually wins the men's raw junior 93 kilo division. So really, really stacking up the accolades there for Ethan.
All right, up next is Mitchell. $235 for his third attempt. Oh. Fortunately, couldn't break it off the ground.
Gaetano up next, 240 kilos in the men's raw junior 83 kilo division. For his first competition, looking to go 3 for 3 in the deadlift portion.
Come on. Oh. He locked it out. We'll wait and see what the judges say.
Yeah, unfortunately, a no lift there.
There was a little bit of downward motion. Like we talked about before, that bar needs to completely travel upwards from the moment that he starts pulling until he gets that down command. Had that little bit of a bobble. It's very unfortunate to see.
Ethan up next, 252.5, taking a 17.5 kilo jump from second to third attempt.
And this is a deadlift PR attempt. His best is 240. Oh. Great job today, Ethan. Still walked away with that 235, just 5 kilos short of his best. You know, sometimes as you advance in this sport, it really comes down to just that last pull of trying to hit a PR. Everything needs to come together on the day to hit that total PR, to hit those lift PRs. Riley has 255 for his third attempt.
Gets that down command and gets 3 white lights, finishing out today 3 for 3 in the deadlift.
All right, Tony matched his best deadlift of 245 on his second attempt and is looking to up that on his third with a pretty sizable jump to 260 kilos.
Able to lock it out, get that down command, and the referees, yep, 3 white lights. He knew that.
All right, this is the last third attempt of this flight. He again couldn't get 265 off the ground on his second attempt, but he has one more chance at it here today. Bar is loaded for him. Same thing as his second attempt. Still walked away with that 250 opening deadlift.
Still gives his thanks to the crowd, but again, I mean, you really can't complain in having a competitive field like the one you have here and still showcasing out and putting your best presentation forward. We are now moving on to Flight C, starting off with Gavin Workman, who honestly, his attempt selection, 120, 120, 120. We'll see what jumps he makes here, right? We saw him jump 30 kilos in the bench press, but only 2.5 in the deadlift. So he's full of surprises. We'll see what Gavin does now.
He forgot to pull his singlet up almost. Yeah, I am, definitely interested to see what we're going to see from him in terms of attempt choices.
Over or under if he goes up 20 kilos or not. We'll see.
I think there's also a good chance he goes up 2.5.
Right, yeah.
On squat.
And that move, as easy as it could ever move, 3 white lights. He knew that.
All right, up next we have Benny opening at 180 kilos. Adding a few more reds on that bar for him.
Bar's loaded now for Benny. 180 kilos on the bar.
Just as an opener should look like. $190 kilos for Brian, our sub-junior lifter.
Good attempt there by Brian. 190 kilos is on the board for him.
I'm sure this is a lot more stress-free of a lift now as he was able to secure an opener for deadlift.
Just one command, so very easy to see him kind of hit that lift.
207.5 on the bar right now. Makes it look like it was nothing. And he made that third attempt of 210 move. Sorry, opening attempt.
we see a little preview there from our forecasted rankings. We still got plenty of lifting left to go with this Flight C, but for now we got Keegan taking that first place position, followed by Christian and Gaetano, who finished out their deadlift session. But as we know, we still have Flight C left to go, so these placings are going to switch as soon as these guys start hitting and putting in further attempts.
Yeah, I really want to point out that spread from 4th to 7th place. They're all within that 75.6 to 75.7 spread there.
I mean, all within less than 1 GL point. So that is not even like 2.5 kilos, right? So that is an attempt, right? An attempt can really take you from going all the way up to 4th to falling all the way down to 7th. So, I mean, it really is anyone's game now in jockeying for position.
Exactly.
Johnny Cruz looking to redeem himself a little bit after going 1 for 3 in the bench press. Let's see if he can have a good experience here in the deadlift as he opens us up with 486 pounds.
All right, Mario is 255.
Very easy attempt there for Mario, who is a deadlift specialist, who his previous best is 275. So let's see how close he can get up to that today or exceed that PR.
And now it looks like Gavin is taking very similar attempts as his bench for his deadlift. He jumped up from 120 to 150 kilos. So very calm and composed.
And so we got a pretty good picture of what Gavin's doing today. So he is taking some token lifts for his squat and the deadlift, but in the bench press, he actually walked away with a 5 kilo PR with his previous best being 165 and managing to hit 170. So he's just looking to get on the board and secure that PR and make it official.
You know, Kevin, we're going to start to talk about some of these lifters, IPF or GL points. What exactly do those represent, and how do those compare to, say, dots if someone is more familiar with those?
Absolutely. So typically in powerlifting, when we think about competition and competing against one another, we only think about competing against people in our own weight class, right? We each compete in the weight class, and we think about competitors who are lying within that weight class, and those are not the only people we can compete against. And actually there's coefficients or formulas out there that can take your body weight and the amount of weight that you lift, and it can spit out a number, and these formulas are different from one another. But I mean, we hear them all the time: Wilks, dots, GL points. I mean, there's all these different formulas that these federations use that can compare lifters across different weight classes and even across different sexes and genders. So for instance, our GL points are taking the lifter's weight, their body weight they registered at the beginning of the competition, and their total. So their best squat, their best bench press, and their best deadlift. And that number that gets spit out is their GL score. And so as we look into the primetime session, and including this session as we finish out the deadlifts, we're going to start seeing a good picture of what these lifters are coming in with, putting out for their GL scores, and that'll determine the best lifter for the competition, which will be the best lifter across all weight classes.
I also want to highlight, we watched Brian unfortunately miss his second attempt. One of the rules that could disqualify a deadlift is ramping or supporting on the thighs, and I believe that that is kind of what happened there. As he was locking out, it looked like he, ramped it up, supported it on his thighs a little bit just to finish that lockout. But he will be attempting it again for his third deadlift. All right, and now Christian has 230 for his second attempt. And that was a good lift with all 3 white lights for him.
We got a 20-kilo jump here for Carlos, 235 pounds, putting him over the 500-pound mark. He really showed out with a over 400-pound plus bench. So let's see what he puts up in the deadlift portion for his third attempt.
Johnny Cruz has 237.5 for his second attempt. It's like he cruised through that one. 3 white lights.
We're now down to our last second attempt for this flight, 275 for Mario. This will actually be a PR match for him. So I'm pretty sure his training went well if he's taking his all-time best as a second attempt. I'm very excited to see what he puts up for his third. This is already over 600 pounds, 606 pounds for a second attempt deadlift.
Oh, that did not look like 600 pounds to me.
Mm-hmm. Very, very excited to see what he does. So we are going straight into Brian Rue. It appears that Gavin Workman did not elect to take a third attempt. So we're now going to Brian as he retakes 200 kilos.
All right, let's see if he can clean this one up a little bit, hit it again, and start off our third deadlift strong. I think that one looks better than his... Oh.
I think he dropped that bar.
Oh?
It appears the chief referee was the only one that caught that. I mean, hey, 2 is all you need.
That is a good lift for him then.
Yeah.
All right, Benny is coming out to 207.5.
Good attempt there for Benny, and he gets 2-1. Good lift.
All right, we are into 500 pounds now for third attempts. He gets it up, gives us a bow, and he gets 2 white lights for a good lift.
It's pretty cool to see the transition from attempts in our opening attempts, only having one guy going over 500 pounds to now basically having almost the entire flight crossing over that 500-pound barrier. So a lot of milestone lifts being hit today and a lot of PRs to celebrate for.
And Jasper's actually electing to wear his wrist straps while he deadlifts for a good third attempt of 235.
He walks away 8 for 9 and a 600 kilo total.
$240. This will be just shy of his best IPF points, and I think it looks like he could have had more in him on just about every single one of his lifts today.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. And then another 8 for 9 finish. Really good for Christian. Up next, we got Carlos, who only had a missed squat attempt, but still went up. So, I mean, you can barely call that a miss. If he's successful with this weight, he would essentially be going 9 for 9. Let's go, Carlos.
Come on. And he finishes the day. 250 deadlift was a good lift for him. Like Kevin said, 8 for 9 day, but basically 9 for 9 with that little mishap on that squat opener.
And in the 120 class, he put up a 677.5 kilo total with one lifter in the primetime division. So Johnny also a lifter in that 120 class. So these lifters, four lifters who competed in that class are going to be putting up their total against Derek Samuel, who will be competing in the primetime session. So Derek has his work cut out for him, trying to beat 4 guys in getting that top spot.
All right, we have jumped up to 290 kilos for our last deadlift of the session. Mario, his second attempt moved beautifully.
Taking a 15 kilo jump.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that is easy.
That is how you do it.
At 2-1, Mario goes 9 for 9 and PRs his lifts. You gotta love to see that. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the session 1 of the Powerlifting America 5W Midwest Open Showdown. This is the second day, session 1, with one more session left to go, which is our primetime session. But just to give you guys a recap of what we saw today in our men's division, we have Keegan, Christian, and Carlos in that top 3 position with a respective good lift scores of 85.17, 82.4, and 79.91. So these lifters are setting the stage for what our primetime lifters are going to want to have to be in order to get that top placings. We have Jasper and Gaetano rounding out that top 5, and we see the spread between our top 3 all the way down to, I mean, the 10s. These are good lift scores and spreads all within 10 points of each other. So it just kind of goes to show how competitive this field was to one another.
Exactly. And once again, taking another look back at Brooke, for her first ever meet, she was able to put up a good lift score of 79.09 with a massive 432.5 kilo total. Like Kevin was saying with these men, Brooke is single-handedly setting the stage for these women later today in the primetime session. Very excited to see, how she holds up next to some of these open primetime lifters, just on her first ever meet today.
Yeah, I'm very, very excited for this primetime session. We got a bit of a long break now until we actually get back to the primetime stage, but it was such an amazing time being able to kind of commentate and look at this entire session. I mean, the field and competition level of the morning session was pretty deep. I mean, we are seeing how close these lifters are competing against each other, the spreads between each other, and honestly, the work cut out for these primetime lifters, like we see time and time again. We saw several 9 for 9 performances, so these lifters in the primetime stage are not going to be easy walk-ins to win those titles, so it's going to be really, really exciting. Well, it was a pleasure commentating this open session, and we will start the primetime session at 3 p.m. Again, as a reminder, my name is Kevin Serrano, and I'm joined by
Katie DeGuider.
and we'll see you all at 3 p.m. for the primetime session. Thank you.